the non-striker. Forgive me, I'm just watching the umpire at the moment. I'm not sure he was particularly impressed by Holman's return to the keeper, which bounced 3 times before it made it back to Simpson. Higgins is in, bowls, and this is driven down to long off for a single. 1-7-5 for 5. Singular ball so far in the over, 2 to come of it.
And Charlie Allison is playing like a second Tom Wesley for the most part out there. Very sensibly. He's seen his captain just stroke the ball all along the ground down to long off. Okay, it's not thrilling cricket, and it may not win Essex the match, but at least they're giving themselves a chance of lasting most of the 50 overs.
Higgins bowls on the back foot. That's punched out to deep mid-wicket for a single by Wesley. He moves to 57. The continuation of a singular ball continues for the 5th delivery of the over. 1 to come.
He heard from Andrew Roger. Thank you for your email, Andrew. He said the name Chelmsford is derived from Keolmer's Ford, Keolmer being a local Saxon landowner.
Oh.
The River Chelmer was back named as it flows through Chelmsford. The river's original name was the Baddow.
This ball's dabbed into the onside by Allison, and thus the runner ball ends with the last delivery of the over. 5 off it. 176 for 5. Wesley's 57 and Allison 27. There we go. So thank you.
Yeah, there are 2 places not far from Chelmsford, Great and Little Baddow. So that's where that
yes, I was thinking I've heard of Baddow, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great Baddow and Little Baddow.
I remember when I was very young, my dad sort of drove us out there, and there was this enormous bull in a field. And my father would insist on having a walk along the footpath there. My mother was absolutely going bananas. But I had to do what my dad told me, but I must admit I was fairly frightened. And that's what I remember of Great Baddow. It's also a place where one of my great friends from university was married in the local church. Very nice too. So there we are, none of which actually applies to the river we're closest to, which is a different river called the Can, C-A-N, but the Chelmer not that far away.
Thanks. Can.
Yep.
After the French dance?
Indeed, the French went further and called it the Can. But thank you, Andrew, for that very informative email. And Michael Biswell comes back and says, hello, the voices sound like you're all drunk. Is there a technical problem, or is Dick unwell? Well, Dick's always unwell, Michael, as you well know. But
and we generally sound drunk, so...
Yeah, yep.
I don't know whether that's a compliment or not, Paul.
I think it's probably an insult, and...
And very well delivered it was.
Indeed, yes. I don't think Dick's in the room at the moment, so it doesn't matter. You feel free to say what you like about him, Michael. Now, who's this we're seeing coming on?
Holman. Sorry, forgive me. It's Sam Robson. Leg spin.
Robson. Leg spin from the Hayes close end. Oh, that's a magnificent stop there. It was hit murderously by Wesley into his favourite area.
To Carey's
there. He's ruing having got the hand in the way. He's shaking it vigorously, looking up to heaven slightly to try and alleviate the pain. And although there is a man behind De Carey's, or not that far away, I don't think he'd have stopped it. I think he'd have gone for 4. Here's the next ball, and Allison tried to be clever there. Thought he was going to get a single by just dropping a dead bat on the ball, but actually it still went rather too quickly to mid-on for them to be able to take a run. Robson again. Sunshine now. Bowls, and this time he gets the angle right. Allison might even think of a second, but I don't think it's there. Indeed it isn't, and they see that and don't take it. Single, and the score has moved on. Just 179. Thank you very much to David Jackman, our scorer, for 5. 58 these two have put on. Wesley back on strike. Faces Robson, and this is a bit of a half-tracker, and Wesley says, I'll have a bit of that. 4 runs. He moves along to 62, score to 183 for 5 in the 32nd over.
Well, forgive me, what's the partnership now?
62.
62. Same score that Wesley has.
Indeed, yeah.
So, well, this is when they came together, I can't remember if it's yourself or Dick, and we said it's all about partnerships in cricket, isn't it? You get a partnership going and pretty much any situation can be recovered.
Robson again. Much better delivery, some definite leg spin turn there. And it's just a run down to Bamber coming in from short third man, and there is no run. 183 for 5 in the 32nd. Robson bowls again. This ball is hit down to long off for a comfortable single. Wesley along to 63, and that takes the score up to, well, in fact 183 for 5 is what's on the board now, and I've seen that run just go up. I think we have to go by that. Maybe they've missed a single somewhere, but we'll go with what it says for the time being. 183 for 5 at the end of the Robson over. Not a bad over, but a couple were put in rather too short. One was brilliantly stopped, and they got a single for what would have been 4. De Carey's the man with a great bit of fielding, and there's been plenty of really good fielding from Middlesex here, let it be said. But the other one duly got hit into the wide expanses of mid-wicket to the boundary.
Higgins with a 4th over, none for 17. He's right arm over from the River Can end. It's driven into the onside with a thick inside edge off the toe end of the bat, and he was very much looking to the offside, Wesley, so now he looks at the toe end of his bat to make sure all is well, not too much damage was done. BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio London together here for BBC Sports, on the website and app, on the live streams as well. Dick Davis, Paul Newton, myself, Kevin Hand. As here's Higgins bowling. This is punched off the back foot for a single out to deep cover, and Wesley moves to 64. David Jackman is our scorer today. Should we say the nickname for scorers was Twiddlers? The Twiddlers. Superstars. That as well. What would we do without them? Higgins bowls, and a snap of the wrist on this one pushes I was going to say a single, but forgive me, the stanchion of the window was in the way, and I didn't see the Middlesex skipper, Mark Stoneman, who was preventing even the thought of a single.
Yeah, Wesley, still all the time in the world, actually, if he doesn't run out of partners, to get himself 100 here. It's on 64, he's nearly 2/3 of the way there.
Higgins bowls, and this is driven back down the ground to long off. Allison moves to 29, does he? That scoreboard today? Yeah, he does. It's having its moments today, the scoreboard, isn't it? 29 from 35 now, Allison. Wesley 64 from 71. Essex 185 for 5 here at Chelmsford. The sun's just disappeared mercifully behind a cloud for a moment as Higgins comes in, bowls, and on the back foot this is turned to mid-wicket, where Bamber fields with a little bit of a juggling effort along the floor, if you can juggle something on the floor, but he was. Dick Davis a moment ago was mentioning how he always wears long sleeves because he's come a cropper of sitting in this commentary position many a time over the year with the sun belting in. I'm already sitting as far back as I can in the commentary position to take a little bit of respite from the sun. Here's Higgins, bowls, and defending to the onside is Wesley once more. He remains on 64. End of the over, 185 for 5. Allison's have strike on 29.
What can also be a hazard of sitting in that seat, I've cut my forearm many a time. If you just catch it on this thing there, it's lethal.
Yes.
So,
into the window, nasty.
Yeah, I mean, I used to know the bloke who built this commentary box.
Oh, and you cursed him many a day since.
Absolute sadist. Anyway,
but you know, it's like everything in life. You could just always do with another. I was going to say a few more inches for. Let's say a couple of feet more.
Yes.
The bat, you could just see. Just need a couple of feet more, just to sit a little bit further back in this commentary box, to get away from the sun.
No, but
it's teasingly at the point where you can't really. I think you're getting somewhere, don't you? Back against.
He carefully calculated this. Fiendish man. Robson with his leg breaks in again from the Hayes close end. Forward comes Allison and calls his skipper through for a well-judged single. He took the pace off that, and although Bamber was rushing in from the edge of the circle at mid-on, there was time for the single, and Allison is this is now his best score in this competition, on to 30, and his previous best was actually 25, 186 for 5 I should say, in the 34th. So still 16 overs left for Essex if they're good enough to take the score, certainly past 250 you'd think. This is lobbed right up and played to extra cover. Of course, Mark Stoneman, I think, has very shrewdly adjudged that spin is going to be the best bet for taking wickets.
Well, and I'm sure Simon Hahn will be delighted, as we said right at the start of the commentary.
And this next one, it was not far off being a catch to backward point. Wasn't quite. Higgins there lunged at it, but couldn't get hands under the ball as Wesley drove at the ball, and it came away off the edge to be retrieved near the third man boundary. And he scored 188 for 5 with 66 to the Essex skipper is just adjusting his box as we speak, and seems to be having a little bit of a difficulty in adjusting it to his liking.
I'm going to leave you to the description of this one, Paul.
Yeah, he's now
done a fine job so far. It's his hip guard. It's his
removed
hip guard.
it altogether. Oh, it's his hip guard.
Well, maybe it's everything really. No, actually, the box is on the ground as well, isn't it? Everything's coming off.
He's got the
apart from the trousers.
He's got the Middlesex wicket keeper Simpson
paying close attention. Yeah.
Yeah, he's giving his advice on what needs to be done here. No, you're doing it wrong.
Well,
he seems to be saying. Yeah, and Wesley, meanwhile, he's almost coming apart at the seams.
He is.
All sorts of unsuspected bits of equipment are flying off him now.
He's worn all of that all this time.
Yeah.
He must be exhausted carrying all that.
That's right. You know, of course, we mentioned music last time. I was going to refer to the weight he must be carrying, and the weight, one of my all-time favourite tracks, was, of course, it was announced yesterday the death of Robbie Robertson of the band, and the band's sort of signature single was a song called The Weight. Absolutely brilliant. They were also Bob Dylan's backing band.
Speaking of which, I'm keeping listeners waiting, aren't I? But Dick Davis is due back on at any moment.
That's all right.
He'll be here. Well, when he appears.
Yeah, he's timeless, is Dick. But Wesley at last appears to have realigned his equipment to his satisfaction. Just takes a look round the field, because it was a long time ago when he last had a look. And Robson comes in and bowls to him, and he comes forward, playing himself back in and adjusting to the new equipment. 188 for 5. Here comes Robson again. Just 3 or 4 pace runner, bowls. Wesley drives straight at Mark Stoneman in extra cover position. Skippering Middlesex after his move across from the other side of London. Here comes Robson again. And this ball, nice shot from Wesley. It's only going to produce a single though, as Cupper runs round the boundary and sends an accurate return in. Single, 189 for 5. Wesley now more than 2/3 of the way to a century on 67.
BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app all around the world. Dick Davis, Paul Newton, myself, Kevin Hand, David Jackman's scoring. Victoria Polly's popped in to say hello as well. And, well, Essex are fighting back here on 89 for 5. We were worried about them, weren't we, at one stage, but this partnership has,
it has. I mean,
very much
121 for 5. They were in potential trouble, but good partnership.
Higgins to Wesley, slower ball driven through the covers. Now the slower ball meant that the timing from Wesley wasn't quite as he would have fancied for 4, but he picks up a couple as the sweeper Cracknell comes around at deep cover. 191 for 5, so 15 overs to go. The run rate is 5.6. As long as they're 5 down, they can still have lofty ambitions here for the back end of this innings now, as Higgins bowls in a length, and that's punched off the back foot powerfully down to long on, or say powerfully, determinedly by Wesley. Forced it down to long on. There was going to be no doubt there was a single there for him. Dissecting the bowler at the end of his follow through, and a straightish mid wicket, Ethan Bamber. Higgins once more bowls and drive to long off for a single for Allison. He moves to 31 from 37. His strike rate is just a fraction under 84. Wesley's is 87.5 for his 70 off 80 deliveries. 15 overs to go. So what are we? We are, well, even now we can work out what 100 deliveries left is. 16.4 overs left. We've had 6, 7, 8. We've got 93 deliveries left of the innings, Paul. Here's Higgins bowls, and this is driven to long off for a single. Wesley's on 71. 194 for 5. 2 balls to go, the 35th.
Yeah, I mean, I think after the somewhat horrific start to the competition, Essex put up a better show at the Aegeus, and now that they've switched to batting first when they win the toss, which I think suits them better, they should at least make a decent target for Middlesex to chase.
Higgins, slow ball, driven to long off. Allison's 32, on 95 for 4. Well, as long as this partnership goes, if they reach the final 10 overs of the innings, it's only 5 overs away from that mark, so power play 3, as it's known, when a 5th fielder will drop back to the boundary. You do see 100 off the final 10 nowadays. It is Higgins bowls high on the LBW appeal. Straight ball indeed, which Wesley was trying to turn square of the wicket and ended up obviously limiting his chances of connecting with the ball, a straight ball with such a closed face on the bat, but the height of it was the key, and Wesley had judged it well. He'd played it safe, as it was nothing more than a muted appeal really at the end of the over, and there's 6 off it. 195 for 5, just pushing it along at 6 and over, and well, 6 and over in a 50 over match, Paul, gets you 300.
Yes, that's true. I think they'll fall short of that, but if they can get about 260, 270, that would be a mark-up.
I don't think that's going to be enough, and I fancy 15 overs. It all depends on this partnership.
Yeah.
And I think the onus is on them to keep going.
Robson's in, bowls, and this ball's nicely stroked through the covers for a single. 196 for 5. Yes,
but even if you go at 6 and over for the next 10, that's 256 on the board.
But I still think they'll end up with about 260 to 270. I agree with you, it probably won't be enough. Although all 5 wickets have fallen to spin, and Essex have a very good off spinner in Simon Harmer and a decent leg spinner in Luke Benkenstein here. So you never know as the ball is hit back to the bowler. What I would say is if Essex do make what I think they'll get, 260 to 270, then they will just about have to bowl Middlesex out in order to win the game, because Middlesex have players in their batting lineup. If you don't get them out, they're going to laugh at that sort of score. And here's good cricket from Wesley, because he was going to hit the ball in the air and he just adjusted the shot, and it's misfielded by Ryan Higgins at backward point that enables them to come back for 2, as it has to be backed up near the backward point boundary. 198 for 5, and Wesley has moved up to 73. Allison on 33.
Don't ask me how, but I've just banged my knee in the way you bang your elbow.
And I won't ask then. This ball's played to backward point, and ironic cheers, because Higgins has not misfielded, he's fielded this one properly and throws the ball up in the air to join in with the crowd's sarcasm.
Look at the state of that. Look at my poor old knee, just as you bang your elbow off that window, Paul. I've done it to my knee.
Oh dear. So this ball evades the dive of the skipper at mid-off. Stoneman. It goes out to Anderson towards deep cover, and they get a single, and that'll take Wesley to 74, and they score to 199 for 5. Dick Davis is due back shortly, and here comes Robson. Bowls short, flat delivery, belted away, won't go for 4. Man comes off the square leg boundary to keep it to a single, and 200 up, 200 for 5 in the 36th over.
I'm going to be a little bit more optimistic before I leave, Paul, than yourself. I'm going to say that they've got a chance here of going over 300, and if they do, it's going to be quite the turnaround, because Middlesex would have had a real fancy of keeping them a fair way below 300, but 200 for 5 with 14 overs to go, and a batter on 74 and another on 34. The key is, as we've been saying all along, and you've talked about it as well, staying out in the middle. There's runs to be had if they stay out there. It doesn't have to be 4s and 6s all the way through, but 6 and over to run a ball for another 8-9 overs, then they're well on their way.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin Ham there, BBC Radio London, about to be replaced by Dick Davis, BBC Essex. I'm Paul Newton, and with us is our scorer David Jackman. 200 for 5 is a lot better than 121 for 5. They have necessarily had to take their time rebuilding, and this is now the 36th over being bowled, as Luke Holman is being restored to the attack from the river end.
Well, that's true.
Over to you, Dick.
Well, I guess depending on pitch position, but I was thinking it's very easy.
Thank you.
played out back to the bowler. No addition to the score. Just make sure I'm not getting tangled up with loads of cabling and wires and goodness knows what. Right. Holman again. Start of his 9th over. Moves in, bowls. Pulled away for 4 runs down towards the pavilion. More or less crossed the rope by the steps coming down from the pavilion.
Well, I think Essex have every reason to be delighted with Charlie Allison.
Well, yes.
He made a good 25 at the Aegeus, coming in much later than he has here. I like the way he played against Nottinghamshire, one of the only Essex players to emerge with any credit at all that day.
Holman in again, bowls. Played back to the bowler.
And today, I mean, there he is on 38 not out, and has put on 83 with his captain Tom Wesley, and an innings that could well have been over by now if he hadn't dug in there. Can yet get, hopefully for Essex's point of view, past 250 at least.
Harmon in again, and Allison just pushes it out to mid-on. No addition to the score.
Batting to come, Will Buttleman, who's quite capable, Aaron Beard, Aaron Nijart and Jamie Porter.
Holman in again, bowls, short of the length, cracked away, but only straight to the man at extra cover. Who makes a bit of a meal of it, diving as he fielded it, but he obviously thought it was the safest thing to do.
What I've liked about Allison, he's done what he's done with proper cricket shots.
Yes, he has. Given a bit more air and not timed that one. Having said that, he plays it into the ground. Bounce balloons back up to the bowler. No addition to the score of 204 for 5 off 37 overs.
Yes, it was mistimed, as you say, but because it was a proper cricket shot, he still got something on the ball and played it into the ground, whereas if he'd been hitting across the line, he might well have been out. So I think he's played pretty well. Just to update our listeners with the scores elsewhere. Hampshire 254 all out, Notts are 55 for 4 in 20 overs. Break in because Sam Robson is continuing with his leg breaks from the Hayes close end. Initially bowling to Wesley on 74, and Allison has 38. Robson bowls to Wesley, forward. Defensive, 204 for 5 in the 37th. Kent made 330 for 6 against Surrey at the Oval. Surrey are 120 for 2, and they still need a further 211 in 26.3 overs. Robson tosses this one up, and Wesley lofts. Almost the first time he's deliberately hit the ball in the air, and it was perfectly safe. He got it over extra cover, 4 runs, 208 for 5, Wesley 78. Durham 333 for 8. They've got a mighty batting lineup at Durham for 50 over cricket. Derbyshire 114 for 3 in reply, and that is after 17 overs exactly. Somerset 318 for 6 at Taunton. Sussex 139 for 3 in 22.1, and Leicestershire have made 219 for 3 in the 33rd over, and I think that is 2 o'clock start in that game. This is almost a catch to Anderson at backward point from the blade of Wesley. It was like one he played in the previous over from Robson. On that occasion it was Ryan Higgins who couldn't quite get his hands under the ball, and similarly here, it wasn't quite carrying to Anderson, so they get a couple. Score to 208 for 5, and might be, oh, he's bowled here, and that is the end of Tom Wesley and the end of Essex's hopes of perhaps reaching something rather more than 250. Wesley departs for 80 out of 210 for 6. A fine effort from the Essex skipper. Had a heave at that one, and there may be a little bit of turn. He's bowled 210 for 6. Good crowd here.
Yeah, bowled by Robson. So, yeah, at 210, they put on 89 runs. So, yeah, very impressive. Opportunity to look at an email from Steve in my neck of the woods in Leon C. Referring to the fact that on this equivalent day in 1997, Essex played Glamorgan in a NatWest semi-final here at Chelmsford, which turned out to be a memorable game. Yeah, I remember that well. I wasn't here. I think it was before the time I was. In fact, it was 97. Would have been the season before I started working for BBC. Well, on cricket for BBC Essex. Were you here on that day?
Oh, well, very much so. Never forget it. Had to come back the following day, and Essex wanted 4 to win. The umpires ruled the lighting got too bad at the end of day 1, and Peter Such, number 11, hit the winning boundary.
Yes, and as Steve points out, there was player confrontation. Would that have been the Mark Ilott and
Robert Croft
episode?
Absolutely. Yeah, great friends came to blows.
Yes, indeed.
Here is Robson bowling to Bottleman, new batsman, plays it to short third man, there's no run.
At the risk of committing libel as it's recordable, in not literally coming to blows, but yeah, a bit of a argy-bargy, but as you say, they were good mates actually.
This ball's tossed right up and Bottleman just plays it through the covers for a single, and that's 211 for 6. Bottleman quite capable, but Essex still have quite a lot of overs left, and they still need to bat a little bit within themselves. And as I was saying with Kevin Dick, this is the problem when you lose so many wickets in the power play, that from then on, in order to make sure you bat anything like the full innings, subsequent batsmen have to, get their heads down and try and bat a little bit more cautiously.
Yes, that's right. Yes, reverting to this Ilott and Croft alleged confrontation. What I remember, yes, as you say, they were good mates. In fact, one subsequently was best man at the others' wedding, I believe.
Yeah.
And but there was popular opinion at the time that it was rather blown out of all proportion by the television commentary.
Yeah, absolutely.
The former late great England player and captain, I think Captain Tony Lewis.
Yes.
So there was an opinion that he magnified it out of all proportion.
I think he did.
So Holman moves in, bowls, and just played defensively for almost, if not the first time in this match. The sun's actually sort of come out full beam, more or less. Luckily it's away to our right, so it's not shining right into the commentary box. Just played defensively, pushes out on the off line, it being coming up to 20 past 4, or 20 past 3 by the sun. And Holman moves in again and bowls. Gives that one a bit more pace on it. Pulled away deep backward of square on the leg side, fielded just a few yards in from the boundary rope. And they go through for a single.
Yes, man being posted now from inside the circle. In fact, what's happening is long-on's coming into the circle, and mid-wicket's gone from inside the circle out to near the boundary.
Holman in again, bowls. Pushed out to mid-on. Doesn't field it cleanly, otherwise a throw at the stumps at the bowler's end might have caused Bottleman to accelerate a little. But that didn't, Allison rather, but it didn't prove necessary. Bottleman just pushes that out on the onside, they go through for a comfortable single. And Bottleman, a very, very competent all-round cricketer.
Yes, I like him.
He also, somebody was telling me in the press box that he bowled some fiendish off-spin at Belstead. Short of a length, played out into the covers for a single. And, yeah, Bottleman, a former Belstead man, as is Jordan Cox, who's coming to Essex next year.
Yes, very useful. position for Essex, Jordan Cox.
I think it'll be very useful. Jordan Cox.
Could be, you know, along the lines of Matt Critchley, who's having such a good season.
Yes.
Really is, and Jordan Cox can do similarly, then that will be two very good signings. Meanwhile, Robson to continue. Sam Robson done a good job so far with his leg breaks from the Hayes close end. And here he is now in his 5th over. Bowles, short flat delivery, pulled away to deep mid-wicket, single to Charlie Allison. Moves up to 41 and the score to 216 for 6.
But of course, looking at the whole cricket scene objectively, and which is always very interesting, we mustn't look at this game through too much like biased eyes, through such a phrase.
Ball is played back and fielded by the bowler, no run.
But obviously all is not well at Canterbury, is it?
No, they're having a terrible time. And it has to be said, with Middlesex winning their most recent championship game,
yes,
Kent are looking in danger of disappearing down the plug hole.
They are.
As the next ball's tossed up, nicely driven by Buttleman along the ground to man coming off the cover boundary. That's Ryan Higgins, 217 for 6, and Buttleman moves up to 4. Allison into strike on 41.
Yes, there seems to be a lot of unrest at Kent County Cricket Club.
And this next ball is pulled away to deep mid-wicket for a single. And Allison to 42. This is the highest score we've seen from any of the Essex youngsters here, and it's his first season in this competition, and he's doing well. 218 for 6. Still got a bit of sun here at the county ground. Next ball is edged down to short third man, and there's no run. 218 for 6. Buttleman the man on strike. Just a little bit too far wide of him, that one, for the shot he played, hence the edge. Looking to drive it. Robson jogs in again, bowls. Buttleman deflects it to backward point. Martin Anderson. No run there at the end of the over. Reasonably economical one. 40 overs have now gone, 10 remain, and Essex 218 for 6 with Allison on 42 and Buttleman on 4.
Yeah, Essex have another game in this competition in only 2 days' time on Sunday, when they welcome Yorkshire to the county ground. And then 2 days after that, they go up to play Leicestershire at Kibworth Cricket Club, which I'm covering and greatly looking forward to it. Never been to Kibworth, but as many listeners know, I really like out grounds. And yeah, so that'll be my second new ground of the season, following fairly hot on the heels of 4 splendid days in Blackpool.
Well, I was at Leicester University, and if it's the place I think it is, just by a place called Kibworth Harcourt,
yes,
it's on the A6, and I used to cycle out there fairly regularly down the A6.
So it's full start there from the bowl.
Higgins, yeah.
For the bowl, who's Higgins, yeah. Right, turns again, moves, runs in, right arm over the wicket, dark-haired, bowls, pulled away for a single down to deep mid-wicket in front of the pavilion.
Yes, it was a handsome shot, and went like a rocket down to the man on the mid-wicket boundary. Well placed, because if he weren't, that would have been 4.
Yeah, sounded good as well. You can always tell when the ball's out the middle of the bat. Just has that ring about it.
Yeah, good point.
As Higgins moves in again. Bowls. And Buttleman picks up a run here out to deep backward square leg.
Middlesex have a strong batting lineup, so Essex probably don't have anything like enough, but what they have done, despite those early losses, 3 wickets in the power play, it was 3 wickets by about the 7th over, is at least made sure they're going to bat most of their 50 overs, if not all.
Yes. That's just nudged for a leg by. And also, most, if not all actually, of the younger inexperienced players so far scored runs. Robin Das 21, Michael Pepper 31, Luke Benkenstein 29.
Yes, certainly a big advance on anything the younger players have managed hitherto. Let's hope, for an Essex point of view, that Allison can become the first of the younger brigade to get a 50 in this competition.
Yeah, he's only 7 away from that, and that's played away backward of square on the offside by Buttleman, no addition to the score. So yes, that's all encouraging to see.
Yeah, I think we can take it that just as Middlesex have got so many of their wickets through spin, in fact all of them through spin, all 6, I think we're going to see plenty of Simon Harmer and Luke Benkenstein.
Yes.
And maybe Tom Wesley.
Yes, who picked up a few wickets down at the Rose Bowl, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's just played backward of square on the offside.
Underrated bowler, Tom.
Well, once Harmer came along, he seemed to sort of relegate himself, didn't he?
Yeah, well, he's such a
And Critchley, of course.
He's such a self-effacing character, Wesley.
Yeah.
You know, even when he gets 100, if I interview him, I say, marvellous innings, Tom. Well, I'm glad you thought, so I didn't. You know, he is a very modest man.
As Higgins moves in again and bowls, that's nudged away backward of square on the onside. They'll take one comfortably. Indeed, they'll come back for the second with equal comfort. The throw comes in. End of the over, and Essex, having won the toss, elected to bat rather, with 9 overs left, are 223 for 6.
I think now that Essex have at least put in 2 much better performances at the Aegeus the other day and now here, I think the next improvement has to be to not be quite so ambitious in the power play and keep, you know, those early wickets in hand.
Yes.
Because then, you know, if we reach the 40th over with only 4 wickets down, then there could have been far more of a later explosion than would be appropriate here, because these two have to remember that there's not a lot of batting to come, so they've got to sort of try and score without losing further wickets. Robson to bowl his 6th over from the Hayes close end, 223 for 6 on the board, tosses this one invitingly up, and the regulation single to Charlie Allison plays it to long on, and 224 for 6 with 45 I think it is now to Allison. No, apparently 44.
Yeah, I already think it's a very encouraging performance, even if, as is quite likely, Essex go on to lose this game.
Oh, Buttleman beaten by this, but misses the stumps. Simpson removes the bails, but Buttleman had kept his back foot planted, and 224 for 6 remains the score.
Yeah, there are already plenty of positive aspects to come out of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And next delivery, and this ball steered to backward point, and there's no run there. We're now in the 42nd over. Buttleman settles over his bat and faces the next ball from Sam Robson, and he's driven this, but it's very well fielded. He's struck it well, but straight to the skipper Mark Stoneman at short extra. And Robson once again, 1 for 27 and 5.4 overs to date. Bowls the next delivery, a little bit short, but it won't concede a run, goes straight to backward point, and Ethan Bamber, 224 for 6. Essex could do with a boundary, because it's been a pretty quiet over with just the 1 run from it to date. Now, there won't be a boundary, but they will get 1 run as the ball is edged down to the left-hander short third man. And they get the single, 225 for 6 in 42. Essex choosing to bat on winning the toss here, and 7 to Buttleman, 8 to Buttleman I should say, 44 to Charlie Allison.
Yep, just having a look to see if anybody else has emailed us at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Yes, Tony has. Regarding Jamal Richards' omission, oh, he says he's enjoying the cricket and the commentary, thank you. Well, we're responsible for one, not the other. I don't agree with the coach's decision. From my cricket experience, he should be playing, and he would pick up his form, otherwise he's not going to play any cricket at all. As That's just worked away on the onside for a single down to long on. But I think one of our emailers pointed out that Jamal Richards was injured as well. I'll get back to that. Secondly, any news about Cushy? Yes, now he is injured, we were told. Has the best young Essex batsman. He is the best young Essex batsman whom we've missed a lot due to injury. Yes, I'd endorse that by all means. That's a good delivery there, and inclined to tuck up Allison.
Yes, I think I'm right in saying, Dick, that Cushy's injury, I think it's to the hand or something like that, maybe broken finger. But I think it occurred between the quarter-final at Edgbaston and finals day. You and I did the quarter-final. He made quite a lot of runs in that.
He did.
And then he couldn't play in the final, and he was a big loss.
Higgins moves in, bowls, attempting to pull it away through the leg side, fails to make contact. It bounces out on the offside between those two matches. All right. Maybe.
And, you know, not having him for finals day was a big loss.
Yes.
Because, you know, he'd been quite regularly surviving the power play and making quick runs with it, and that's what he can do. You know, obviously he doesn't always succeed, but he has that ability to sort of make runs quickly but not get out.
As that's worked away on the onside for another single, as the fielder comes in quickly from the boundary, from the long on boundary, the fielder being Jack Davies. I think it's the first time I've mentioned his name.
Yeah, I'm glad Cushy came up, actually, because when we were talking about how Essex didn't have a lot of alternatives to playing the team they have been playing, we didn't just mention it, but Cushy would be playing, you know, normally, if he weren't injured.
And that's played hard into the ground, then bounces up to a backward point. No addition to the score.
Yeah, batsman rather missed out on that one.
He did.
Bit of a gimme outside off stump, but he just hit it straight into the ground. Buttleman can actually hit some pretty attacking shots here. He hasn't quite found his timing yet.
Oh, very optimistic appeal for LBW, particularly since it only came from the keeper, not from the bowler. And brings the over to a conclusion with Essex 227 for 6, with Buttleman not out 6 and Allison not out 45 of 56 deliveries in well, certainly the most encouraging innings that I've seen in this competition, and probably that there's been in this competition by an Essex batsman.
I'll just take one more over. We'll bring Kevin back in, and Sam Robson will bowl it, the 44th of the innings, choosing to bat. Essex 227 for 6, and just waiting for Robson to set himself. Here he is, 7th over is bowled, and that ball met on the full and pulled very nicely to deep backward square leg. Good stop out there on the boundary, keeps it down to the single. And Middlesex will be pretty pleased at the way they've prevented any boundaries really since Tom Wesley was dismissed. And Essex badly wanted Wesley still to be there. Got 80, played very well. Robson bowls, and Buttleman has back cut this, but straight to Bamber at backward point. And score remaining 228 for 6. 44th over. Really Essex, you feel now, have got to swing the bat a bit, see if they can get it past 250. And there we see the attempt, and that ball has gone up in the air and I think all the way, just waiting for the signal. Yep, it's 6 runs there, hit back over long on, and the score moving up to 230 for 6. Buttleman with a good 234 for 6, beg your pardon. And Buttleman goes up to 15. Well, I was saying that he can hit some pretty good attacking shots, Buttleman. Hadn't done previously, been trying, but wasn't able to time the ball. And we're going to have what has plagued cricket this season, really. Endless ball changes. And I think that's only the 3rd 6 of the innings, but it looks as if it's done for the ball.
Yes, indeed, they don't make them like they used to. Now, if this were the 100 competition, we would now have to say, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I don't know if you've watched the 100 on the...
I have, I didn't actually know that. But
it comes flashing across the bottom of the screen.
Oh, right, yes, I'm with you.
Like
yes.
a town crier. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, 6 runs, straight down to long on. Yes, and as you say, another ball change really is plaguing the game. And what I've never been able to understand, I've said it before, I'll probably say it again, is, and if only somebody could explain it to me, bowlers go to great lengths to get the ball to move in the air or off the wicket. They polish it, they do all sorts of things, most of which are legal occasionally, which are a bit dodgy. So I would have thought a ball that's out of shape is more likely to benefit the batsman, the bowler, than the batsman. And
Robson in again, bowls to Butterman. Butterman waits for this back, cuts it, and although it goes straight to the fielder at short third man, this time Allison is quickly off the mark and facilitates the single from the non-striker's end. He's on 46, Butterman has 16, it's 2:35 for 6, we're in the 44th of the 50 overs, Essex having chosen to bat, top scorer Wesley with 80, Robson bowls and Allison fails to get hold of this, just tries to flick it for a single, but in fact the bowler himself can prevent any such run, and 235 for 6. One ball left of this 44th over. We'll bring back Kevin in a moment. Kevin Hand, BBC Radio London. Robson bowls, and that ball has been hit beautifully down the ground by Allison there. It's 6, and more notably it's his 50. Well played, sir. 241 for 6. With 52 now to Allison. There was scarcely any backlift to that. It was a remarkable hit over long off, and the crowd quickly acknowledging it. They could see it was going for 6 virtually the moment it left his bat. Over to you, Dick, and you'll be joined by Kevin Hand.
thank you. Yep, indeed. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. 2 6s in the over, and what an encouraging innings this is. From well, not just encouraging, looking at it from the future's point of view, but it could pave the way for an Essex victory. And yeah, Charlie Allison was well, he's only a boy. He was 18 in March. Yeah, March the 2nd. Born in Colchester, as was his brother. 6 years earlier, no, 5 and a bit years earlier. So it's going to be, no it's not, yes it is, it's just gone to, no, there is going to be a change of bowling at this end. Number 54 comes into the attack. Who is Martin? No, it's not, it's it's Ethan Bamba.
54,
Ethan
yeah.
Bamba.
Come in number 54.
Come in number 54. With Essex, 6 overs to go, are 2:41 for 6. Butterman not out 16. Allison not out 52.
So it's sat almost perfectly somewhere between the pessimistic Paul Newton and the optimistic Kevin Hand in terms of, I said they'll get over 300 now. Paul, I think, was it, what did you go for, Paul? 270.
Oh dear, that puts me in an awkward position, because I was going to go for 270, and the last thing I can be seen to be done is to...
Agreeing with Paul.
Exactly. So, 274.
270. He should have been dastardly and said 271.
Yes. Bamba, right arm over the wicket. Tall, dark-haired, moves in, bowls, and worked away on the onside for a single. And only a single. It's the man that makes good ground to his left. Ethan Bamba, born in Westminster.
Yes.
In December 1998. Well, that's a prestigious sounding place to be born, Westminster.
Yes.
And, well, that's pulled away for another 6. Splendid shot there. Excellent shot from Charlie Allison. So that's his 3rd 6 in not many more deliveries than about, what, half a dozen deliveries, something like that. So, yes, he's showing us the full array of his talents. As I say, he's only 18, well, not even 18 and a half yet.
That hit the roof of the tent over there, just to the side of the pavilion. There's a marquee, isn't there? Which is a permanent marquee. It's got bifolding doors, isn't it?
Permanent marquee, yes.
You have a permanent marquee? Or is it called something else if it's permanent?
I don't know.
Anyway, it's marqueed top. Could have acted as a trampoline, though, couldn't it, the way it landed?
Yes, boing.
Yeah, off into the River Can.
As Bamber moves in again and bowls. And Charlie Allison really going for his shots now. He's only going to pick up a single, but it was played with great confidence and flair on the offside.
Well, this is it, isn't it? They've got, what, 33 deliveries left. You'd really be looking for a strike rate of close to 200 on that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You know, with a batter on 59 and Buttleman, as you say, going well, 17 from 26. This was the point we were saying if they could get to 5 down at this point, but things are going relatively well at 6 down, aren't they?
Oh, certainly. As Bamber moves in again, bowls. Ooh. And 4 more runs there. I think probably a thick edge, but doesn't matter, they all count in the book. Down to third man off the blade of, or part of the blade of Will Buttleman's bat.
I'll give him some little bit of credit on that, though. I think he opened the face.
Yes, I think
there was something of a flourish about it, perhaps.
Yep.
Whether he meant it to be quite as fine, but I do think he was certainly looking at, there was a deep cover point, wasn't there? And he was thinking, well, anything fine of him with a decent connection, you've got a good chance.
Yes. Bamber to Buttleman. Played back to the bowler, doesn't, I think he takes some of the sting off the ball, so it just goes through for a single as Holman picks it up just in front of us and then trickles it back along the floor to his teammate.
We always try and weigh up the grey area, don't we? If it's more than this, it should be their game. If it's less than this, it should be their game. If it's anything in the middle here, or it's anyone's. And I reckon the grey area is somewhere between 270 and 290. I reckon if they get up over 290, Middlesex got their work cut out here.
And so that's 4 more runs there, way outside the off stump, and Charlie Allison had to reach for that. Got a bit of bat on it, and it just sped off down very straight, just very straight third man for 4 more. So an expensive over that one, but that's the nature of limited overs cricket, of course, when you're running out of overs and there's still a few batsmen to...
Well, he put a few outside the off stump there, didn't he? Wary of, the short boundary and the onside, but Essex responded, didn't they, and opened the face. And I did see a few glances go between Bamber and the skipper Stoneman, as if to say, well, they'd kind of come up with a tactic, but that tactic wasn't working, because to put it outside off stump with nobody at deep third, it just basically meant milk him. Milk him. So wherever they had somebody that wasn't at deep third, they probably should have been at deep third, like that flourish that we talked about with the deep cover, where he basically fancied, I need to get it fine of deep cover and I've got a boundary with 2 up inside the circle. So it didn't work that over for Middlesex.
No. 5 overs to go, 258 for 6.
And it's power play 3, of course, so 5 allowed back. Higgins is going to have a long off. No, he's not. He's coming up to mid-off. He's running away from the... what tree was it? The sycamore, was it?
Sycamore, yes.
He's running away from the sycamore, so he's come up to mid-off from long off. Higgins is in. He bowls... Oh, a sharp short ball into the ribs of Buttleman, who defends it. His 29th delivery. He's into the offside. He wouldn't have fancied that one of his first couple of deliveries. Well bowled by Higgins. He's no slouch.
No, he's not, is he?
He was. I think you'll like this, Dick. Not a lot. But he was Middlesex's leading wicket taker and leading run scorer going into the match at Warwickshire a few weeks back in the Championship. He's up to the crease now. He bowls, and an attempted flay into the offside off the back foot by Buttleman is mistimed, but picks up a single, trickling him to the cover point region. 1 more to the total. 264.6. We've been working at, so at the time, I think it was on with Richard Wilford up at the time at W, and we were working at, I wonder who the last Middlesex player was to finish the season top run scorer and top wicket taker, and who would have done it for Warwickshire. And Brian Halford, a great sage of Birmingham cricket.
Oh yes,
Midlands cricket I should say. Higgins is in, bowled short, and this is pulled hard, deep mid wicket set back, just a single, kept it along the floor. Allison 64. I mean, Brian was going back to the 1920s, he said, before he fancied there could have been such a thing. That's the 50 partnership. They've done well there. It seems only a moment ago as though the wicket fell of Wesley.
Yeah, brings up the 260. 260 for 6.
Here's Higgins short. Oh, and through to the keeper. Good pace and bounce on that one again from Higgins. Through it goes, looking to punch off the back foot. For Middlesex, I mean, honestly, I just couldn't think how far back you'd have to go for who would have been leading wicket taker and leading run scorer by the end of the season. Although I did stumble across somebody next door when talking to our good mate Paul in the press box, Paul Hiscock. Well, Jack Callis had a year with Middlesex, but so did Scott Styrus. And quite if he'd have got enough runs that year as his. Higgins bowls, and it's had an inside edge, looking to throw the bat into the onside with that one. It's down to deep third, and a single more as Buttleman moves to 24, 261 for 6. What about Essex? What would be your shout? Last player to finish a championship season leading wicket and leading run scorer.
Oh dear.
Paul came up with quite a sensible suggestion.
Barry Knight.
More recent than then, possibly Barry Knight, but more recent than then, perhaps Ronnie Irani in his heyday. Could he have?
Possibly.
There's a good chance, isn't there?
He had to give up bowling quite early on.
Higgins bowls short, up in the air that goes, towards the big boundary. There's a fielder at deep mid-wicket, it's over him. And it's 6 more, it was Holman out there who was lining it up. There's a fair bit of space between the boundary rope and the advertising board over there, which isn't all the way over towards the flats to our left. But over his head it went, and 6 runs sailing over Holman to end the over. And Essex are on the charge towards that 300 mark. They're 267 for 6. There are 4 overs remaining here at Chelmsford. The hosts winning the toss, electing to bat. And, well, they offered this at the start. They may well have taken it.
Yes.
70 for Allison now, 24 for Buttleman. 4 overs, 24 deliveries. Well, again, if I'd be thinking he'd be looking at a strike rate of 200 for these final 4 overs, which will put them up around about 315.
Yep, certainly making my colleagues 270 looking distinctly sick. Mind you,
Well, I don't think
my 274 isn't much better.
You never know, a couple of wickets now.
Well, yes, exactly. You never know. Right, so Ethan Bamber to continue the attack from the river end, the River Can. Right, so over the wicket, begins his run up now. A busy run up, bowls. Wee, and that's gone hard, high, possibly too high and not far enough. And it's one of those instances, no, it did. No, he stopped it. He stopped it in the air. When you first saw something like that some years ago, you thought it was quite extraordinary. Now it's become.
Yeah.
Oh, it did go for 6.
Oh well.
Did go for 6.
Well, I'm not sure it did. I mean, well, the umpire's saying, "What? You're over the rope." Yeah, but well, it was given by the square leg umpire as 6, and Middlesex are saying, "Well, it wasn't." He leapt in the air, pushed it back in, landed, came back onto the field, and picked it up. And Middlesex. Yeah, Middlesex, well, Mark Stoneman's making some protestations to the standing umpire, who in return is saying square leg is adjudicated. It's 6 runs.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
It looked clean to us, didn't it, from
It did
here?
to me, yeah, certainly.
But
Anyway,
6 against Anderson,
as they always
at Big
say,
Square.
look in tomorrow's paper. Not that it will be in the paper because it's all it's all football now, especially with the Premiership starting tomorrow. That's outside the off stump, goes to through the keeper. In fact, I did do my paper today. I spent most of yesterday watching the Ladies Open from Walton Heath, and I find that fascinating. In fact, I'm thinking of going on Sunday to finals day. Not a mention of it in the paper today. Absolutely unbelievable. Women's Open Championship. All the world's best players taking part. And there's not a dicky bird. That's flailed away down to long on for a single. Fielded by Holman just below the Tom Pearce stand. You interested in golf?
I actually, I just before COVID, I got myself up to a standard to actually go out on the course.
Oh, good.
Oh, it was great fun.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Oh, brilliant. And I honestly thought, how on earth could anybody play golf? And then I tried it and thought, this is amazing. Absolutely amazing.
It's
Have a stroll around the course.
Yeah, probably the most frustrating game ever involved.
Well, yes.
And the great thing, or the dreadful thing about it, and that's cleaned him out, swinging across the line, but he's played really, really well, and he may well get a standing ovation from the members in front of the well, not just from those in front of the pavilion. A lot of Essex members are standing because they appreciate the value of that knock, and maybe looking further afield, they're thinking this could be the future of Essex cricket, and it was a superb innings, absolutely outstanding. And yes, everybody in front of the pavilion stands to him. Okay, 70 isn't, it's not the, plenty of people have scored 3 or 4 times that amount, but it was the value of the innings and the fact that it was played by one of Essex's up-and-coming youngsters that increased its value enormously. So very, very well played. He played steadily at first. It was not only an innings full of good strokes, but it was an innings full of intelligence, which you can't always say of professional batsmen's innings. Sometimes they seem to leave their head in the dressing room. But yes, he played steadily at first, got the feel of the wicket, the speed of the wicket, the bowlers, and then opened his shoulders and really made hay. So well done, Charlie Allison. I got nothing but unfettered praise for him. Brings to the crease Aaron Beard.
Well, there'll be a little bit of relief about that for Middlesex. Buttleman's still a danger as well, isn't he? 31 from 35. But he was, they were both teeing off there, weren't they? And as we say, that 300 is within touching distance now. I think it was a good milestone to reach from where they were at 5 down. 1-2-1 for 5. 2-7-4 for 7.
Yes, as Bamber moves in again, bowls. And that balloons
slower ball down the leg side.
Over the head, and it's signalled a wide.
Hard to know whether it was on the height or whether it was, he's signalling height, and whether it was wide down the leg side or it was a slower ball bouncer down the leg side on height, which he was going to give it for.
So the last 2 wickets have put on 153 runs. Very commendable Essex. Easily the most encouraging performance of this tournament so far from the Essex point of view. That's just played out to a long off. As I said earlier, even if Essex go on to lose this game, it will still give them so much encouragement.
Well, the crowd are going to walk away well served as well, aren't they? 300s-ish.
Yeah.
If they're beaten, then you kind of say, well done. The interesting part is, which I was weighing up with Paul earlier, is Middlesex are weaker with the ball than they are in the bat in this game. Tim Mercer sat down in front of us. Toby Rowland-Jones not partaking in this competition. Cullen's injured, Helm's away.
Yeah. Bamber moves in, bowls, and Buttleman makes room for the shot and gets a single out square on the offside.
And as much as they're missing Eskenazi and Holden, and they desperately are, even still their batting lineup's pretty tasty. Middlesex batting lineup, Robson and Stoneman, two that don't. I mean, they're effectively the two that have come in, Robson and Stoneman, to the T20 side. I mean, they're not a bad pair to call in. 2 former England Test openers, Robson and Stoneman. So Middlesex's strength is with the bat. And Paul had said, well, probably the same for Essex. Their strength is with the ball. So
yes, all
to play for in the second innings, as the 2 stronger cards for both sides will face up. Oh, now Ishan Kulshaw is coming back. And 277 for 7. He took a bit of tap at the top, didn't he, from Pepper?
He did.
Kaushal will be right arm over the wicket from the Hayes close end. He bowls now, and good pace through to the keeper over the top of middle stump, backing away, looking to carve into the offside was Buttleman. 47 overs are done, 2.5 to come. Kaushal none for 25 from 2, so it's a little bit of a risk from Middlesex here. Going back to Kaushal, but well done Stoneman, well done Middlesex, giving him his chance and saying at the end, well, let's see. Comes in now, bowls, and attempted upright reverse, switch hit. I can't quite say that it was a switch hit, because that requires the hands to be switched, but a reverse while stood upright from Buttleman. Comes to nothing, 2 welcome dot balls for Kaushal to rejoin the attack. as he could conceivably be bowling the last 2 overs from the Hayes close end if this over goes well. 3 left of the innings, or 2.4 left of the innings. Here's Cowshall past the umpire, bowls, and up in the air that goes. This could be a wicket for Cowshall, and it is! Punch of the air, double punch of the air for Cowshall, in a moment he'll remember. Down to long arm. I think it's Davies who's got underneath it in the distance, and well done Shane Cowshall, who's come back with a couple of dot balls at the end of the innings here, and now a wicket dragged straight down the throat of long on. It was fractionally short of Davies. He had to cover some ground to get forward, to get underneath it, and get underneath it he did, to take a very good catch. It looks even better on the replay actually. So Buttleman's gone for 32, another of the danger men. Essex are 277 for 8.
Yes, he went for 32, as you say. So that's Cowshall's first wicket for his county.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well done to him.
Never played for the county before, I don't think. Previously played for Hertfordshire.
Indeed. Indeed. And prospect that's been hanging around for a while. Cowshall, but gets his chance. And 1 for 25 from 2.3 has a better ring for him now, doesn't it?
Yes. So Aaron Nejar comes to the crease. Is it Aaron Nejar? I ought to know by now. Good grief. No, it's Aaron Beard, isn't it?
No, I think you were right first time, wasn't it? Oh no, Beard.
Yes, it is. Only only got 1 A rather than 2.
There we go. Cowshall's in. Bowls, and this is bumped back past him. And back over the head, indeed, of the non-striker for a single. Nejar off the mark. Beard was the man ducking underneath it, coming on to strike. Yes, Cowshall has he's played a good few Middlesex second 11 games in recent weeks and months. Well, I say recent weeks. His last second 11 game was the 9th of June. T20, as here he comes. Bowls, slow ball into the bottle. That's heaved away into the onside. It was picked early and it goes. Very good shot from Beard. It wasn't particularly the worst ball from Cowshall. It was slightly into the slot, but once he'd picked that it was a slower ball, Beard really did swing sweetly to the onside for 6.
Yes, and there again, I said it about an Allison shot. I think there's that certain sound when the ball comes out in the middle of the bat that, tells you all you need to know. You hardly need to watch it when you hear that sound. And a bit of a conference at the far end between captain and bowler, discussing tactics, but I would imagine Essex are just going to hurl the bat at almost everything under these circumstances.
In now, Bowls, good pace past the edge, slow ball last one, that one goes at full lick through to the gloves of Simpson. End of the over, a wicket off it and just 7 runs. That's a good over at this stage of the innings from Cowshall. 1 for 32 from his 3 now. Essex are 284 for 8, Nejar has 1. Beard will have strike on 7. Buttleman the latest to go.
12 deliveries left, assuming they're all valid. And the first 6 of those will be bowled by Ethan Bamber, who has 7 overs under his belt so far, 1 for 58. Carefully setting the field with Stoneman. But under these circumstances, you can't set a field for miss hits really, but with the batsman throwing the bat at everything, they're just as likely to go for runs off the edge as they are out of the middle. So it's difficult to set a field under these conditions, these circumstances. It's a ring of fielders on the offside, and Bamber round the wicket now to the left-handed Beard, who just pushes that out to the onside. Field set deep, and there was an intelligent bit of batting because he saw how deep they were set. And in fact, the second run was taken very, very comfortably. So good play there by Beard. Whether that will affect the field setting or placing or not, no, it doesn't seem to. So Beard could do that again if the ball is compliant. As Bamber moves in, bowls. And it is. Just again, it's pushed out on the onside, and again they go through for 2 runs. Very well taken. So yes, keep the scoreboard ticking over, and if the field's set deep, push it for a certain one, and if you judge it correctly, 2. So Beard faces up to Bamber. There's still no adjustment to that field on the onside, where with 2 consecutive deliveries, Beard has picked up a couple of runs off each. As Bamber moves in now round the wicket, and he's pulled that away for 1. They'll come back for a second down towards the main scoreboard at deep mid wicket. So 2-2-2 this over. And
it's an important couple of deliveries here, because I think they've just pushed to the stage now, which shows the grey area for me between 270 and 290. That
yes,
either side.
You think now the ball is slightly in Essex's court, yeah?
It's a lot of runs to get.
Yeah. Again, they push it down the onside. This time there won't be a second. Mainly because he pushed it just that little bit harder.
And there's an R and an oo and a boo from the Chelmsford crowd, which, again, when you're batting seconds, under that little bit of pressure, you have the home support cheering every dot ball, cheering every piece of fielding to deny a run, deny a boundary. Pressure of the chase.
Yes.
Essex have got good runs on the board here, whatever happens in these next 8 deliveries.
That's played out. Played. I didn't quite see what happened there.
He's running him out. The batters collided.
Ran him out. Yes.
It fell back to Bamber at the bottom of his follow through, perfectly at the bottom of his follow through, and he just underarmed straight at the stumps. And the 2 batters, well, they virtually ran into each other. There was never really a run there, but I don't know whether they were thinking about the strike for the last. Bamber has a smile on his face.
So the net result is that Nijar is out for 8, run out, and Essex, having chosen to bat, are 291 for 9 now, with 1 over to go, 6 deliveries.
So the new batter will have 1 ball to face of this over.
Oh, beg your pardon.
What's that?
No, I said there was 1 over to go.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. Yeah, I didn't hear you say that. There's 1
Yeah.
ball still to come of this over.
Yeah.
So it's basically swing for the sky at this point, isn't it? Let's try and see who it is. It's Porter, isn't it?
Porter, yes.
So Porter, well, he's got a free hit here, hasn't he? Just swing as hard as you can, as far as you can. You get 2, 4 or a 6, but don't get a 1 or a 3, because it's over to Beard to have strike for the final over. So a little bit of disappointment there, but Beard and well, we've already seen a 6 from Beard, haven't we, from his 3 deliveries. We'll be looking for a few more of those in the final over.
Yep. So Bamber will be bowling to the new batsman, as Kevin was saying, who is Jamie Porter. He's got 1 delivery to face. And there's an appeal, well, not a very convincing appeal. And the keeper was interested, but not the bowler. Or not as much, joined in afterwards. End of the over, 1 over to go. Essex 291 for 9. So we're in for a very interesting second half of this match.
We are, I think. Well, I think it's still interesting final over here, because it's going to be young Ishan Kaushal to bowl it, and these 6 deliveries could be really important for the match. Yes, there's a huge amount of pressure on the youngster here. Will they get to the 300? Come on, it doesn't really matter. You know, again, they're as good as 300, aren't they? At 290. Like I say, they're at the tipping point for me, where it's just the biggest thing in Middlesex's favour is the short boundary. Yeah, it's a consideration, and who lets it get to the more, the bowlers or the batters in the chase. Here's Cowshall, final over of the innings. He's right arm over from the Hayes close end. He bowls to Beard, swings him into the onside. It's just going to be a single to long on. Beard looks disappointed. Porter will have strike. Beard's to 8 from 5, I think that will be. 292 for 9.
So Porter taking quite a long time to take his guard from the umpire, but takes it eventually. Two batsmen have a bit of a conflab in the middle of the wicket. Probably Beard leading the conversation. Oh, another conflab now between bowler and captain. No discernible change in the field.
Cowshall past the umpire, bowls just short of a length, and they run through for the single. He'll turn and throw to the non-striker's end, and they've got to back up now. There will not be an extra run. A few fielders had their hands on their heads as Cowshall turned and threw to the non-striker's end, because long off and long on had to come together to make sure that the overthrow didn't go straight down to the sight screen for 4 at the Hayes close end. I think even himself, I don't think it was the most powerful throw he could have unleashed from Cowshall. I think there was a moment's hesitancy in his mind as he saw those.
Yeah,
it's almost like seeing the open goal in front of you, wasn't it?
Yes, and I think he threw it over the top of the stumps, seemed to me.
They backed up anyway, long off and long on. As he's in now, Cowshall, he bowls, and this goes up in the air. Could be another wicket for him. No, it's going to land safe, just out of the reach of Bamber. Oh, that bounced up nastily. He went diving backwards towards it to get a hand to it. As it bounced up, it hit somewhere, and did it hit his face? I think it did, but he's okay. It kind of bounced up off the ground, certainly towards his face.
Anyway, they got 2 off it, so still Beard on strike with 3 deliveries remaining.
Yes, 295 for 9. So, so far, 4 off the over from 3 deliveries from Cowshall. This isn't bad. They'll be looking for boundaries. Essex as Cowshall goes into the block hole, tries to. It's chipped. He couldn't have chipped it better.
No, he couldn't.
He couldn't have got it closer to Stoneman, having hit it over his head than he did, I don't think. Just straight over. But I think it was ground, bat, air, rather than bat, ground, and then in the air, the bump. I don't think a bump could have gone that high, could it? So it must have been just a chip for a single. Porter's
2.
Oh, it was 2. They took 2.
Yes.
Wow, that was quick. Beard's on to 12 and on strike still. 2 balls to go the innings. Cowshall right arm over. The left-hander swings and misses through to the keeper at a shorter ball. Well bowled, Ishan Cowshall. There's just 6 runs off this over, and it's a really fine end to the innings from Cowshall. Which, well, he's got a wicket to go with it as well, hasn't he? Bowled 2 at the top, and he's now bowled 2 at the end, and he comes out of it with real credibility.
1 for 38.
Good to see on debut, isn't it? Off he goes. Bright white trainers as he hits the crease now. He bowls a short one again through to the keeper. An underarm for Simpson to Cowshall, who'll turn and run. Oh, through to the non-strikers, and he misses, so they get through for a single. However, I don't think that this match will hinge on that one. It might, but you never know. That means just the 7 off the final over, 1 off the last delivery. And Cowshall ends with figures of 1 for 39 from his 4 respectable after the start. His first 2 went for 25. 297 for 9. As I say, if it goes to a tight finish, it won't be that single they'll be thinking about. It'll be that 6 that was awarded against Anderson when he looked to have shoved it back into play quite cleanly from our vantage point. 297 for 9. That's it. Whatever we can say about it, we can say it's a great comeback by Essex from 1-2-1 for 5, and well done Wesley in particular, but well done, as you say, the youngsters who played around him and played well more than cameos at the end. But Allison in particular comes away with a lot of credit as well, with Wesley top scoring with 80.
Yes, I'll run down not the manners of dismissal, but quickly how many they got, and then we'll all have a deserved break. Robin Dass 21, Michael Pepper 31, Tom Wesley 80, Bo Webster failed to score, Luke Benkenstein 29, Simon Harmer 8, Charlie Allison a highly commendable 70, Will Battleman 32, Aaron Beard not out 12, Nijar 8, and Jamie Porter not out a single. 298 for 9. We reckon we're in for a very, very interesting second half of the match. The bowling figures: Bamber 1 for 65, Kelshul 1 for 39, De Carey's 3 for 52, Holman 2 for 36, Anderson went for 23 runs, Higgins for 40, Robson 1 for 42, thanks to our scorer David Jackman. Thank you to you for listening and watching, and please have a good break now, and then rejoin us in, what do we get, half an hour or 40 minutes?
Half an hour,
half
yeah.
An hour,
what
right.
are we gonna do in half an
that'll
hour?
take us to about 20 to 6. So,
If we get off there, we can think about it.
Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot.
endless fun. There's amazing shows to see. Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding scene for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, James Best Value at Sea. Enjoy yourself, James Best Value at Sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me
Hello? Welcome back to Essex v Middlesex, 50 over competition. Paul Newton here with Kevin Hand and Dick Davis. And it won't be long now before we get going with Middlesex's attempt to make 299 for victory. Essex 298 for 9 in their 50 overs, having chosen to bat. Good recovery from 121 for 5. Umpires now out in the middle. And Essex indebted to a sheet anchoring 80 from skipper Tom Wesley, and a very well put together 70 from Charlie Allison, the first of the young players this season to break 50 for Essex, or to be more frank, to get anywhere near making a 50. And he made it so impressively as well, with a very well controlled innings. Didn't resort to trying to hit it in the air until the very closing overs, at which point he hit 3 sixes in fairly rapid succession, and came out of the blue really. He played very correctly, and suddenly with very little backlift kept hitting the ball out of the playing area. So even if Essex lose the game, they've a lot more to be cheerful about, assuming they weren't to make a victory here. They can still emerge from the game with a lot more credit than in the previous 3 games. Great pleasure to have Kevin Ham with me as ever, and Kevin, nicely balanced game.
I was just about to say, where's your money, Paul?
Someone must have stolen my wallet, I think. No, I don't bet anymore. This is day 4027 since I last had a bet.
Oh, I see. Well,
yeah. 4th of August 2012.
Ah,
Day of the three gold medals in 40 minutes at the London Olympics.
3 gold medals.
Yeah.
For
At the London Olympics, you remember they got them in space of 40 minutes.
Great Britain.
Yeah.
I don't remember, no.
Yeah, Jessica Ennis and the long jumper, his name escapes me now, but
Oh yeah, I remember him.
and Mo
I've forgotten his name as well though.
Mo Farah, yeah. So Beard to bowl the first over. He runs away from us here and bowls, and that is so wide that the keeper probably did well to get across. Very wayward start from Beard, and Middlesex, without having to move a limb, have got 1 run on the board already.
He took it in front of second slip, who wasn't there. There is
Yeah.
a wide first slip,
Yeah,
but he got across the front of slip and took it in front of what would have been second.
I was going to say he took it in front of Gully. Here comes Beard again. Up the slight slope. Bowls, and that's also wide-ish, but not so wide that it is a wide. And Stoneman does play at that, but it was too wide for him to make contact. So we've got Stoneman and Cracknell. Mark Stoneman, Joe Cracknell opening the innings, and to come in this very impressive looking batting lineup for Middlesex: Sam Robson, Jack Davis, John Simpson, Ryan Higgins, Josh DeCaries, Luke Holman, Martin Anderson, Ethan Bamber and Ishan Kaushal. Beard's in, bowls, and another ball wide of off stump, and Stoneman again flails at it, doesn't manage to make contact, and we've had 2 legitimate deliveries and 1 that's a wide, and score is 1 for no wicket, needing 299 to win.
Yeah, I think it's a tall order. We just discussed in the press box there, didn't we, the spin options that Essex have, which will be potentially decisive in this match.
Yeah,
led by
Simon
Harmer.
Simon Harmer, Luke Benkenstein and Tom Wesley. That's a better ball, but ironically it's going to go for 4. It's a lovely shot from Stoneman. For the first time, Beard bowled the ball only just outside off stump, but it was slightly over pitched, and Stoneman hit it away, timed it to perfection, and score up to 5 for no wicket halfway through the first over.
Well, a runner ball wins it, and it goes back to what we were saying at the start of the Essex innings. Play the long game, which in the chase, that's what Middlesex will have to try and do. Again, whether they choose to gamble a wicket in the power play.
Beard in, bowls, and this ball's cracked away again, but this time goes much finer to third man. Jamie Porter zings the ball in, and first time I've used that verb for about 12 years, I think, and they get a single, so the score moves along to 6 for no wicket.
Joe Cracknell on strike. T20 opener for Middlesex. Rose to be the opener alongside Eskenazi, taking Max Holden's place, who dropped to 4. Eskenazi and Holden not in this side, away with the 100. Helm absent as well, but Middlesex otherwise a full complement to choose from, other than Blake Cullen, who's picked up the injury down at Hampshire.
Beard to Cracknell, 2 slips. That ball's cracked away through the offside. Very well half stopped at backward point. It's a bit unfair to say half stop, because although they get a single, it was 4 all the way, but for the intervention of Charlie Allison, who's already distinguished himself with a very fine 70 here, and that takes the score along to 7 for no wicket in the first over. 1 ball of it left now. It would be over if it hadn't been for the wide first ball. Just the 1 slip for the left-handed Stoneman. Bowls, that's a very nice shot, but straight to Aaron Nijjar at mid-on. And the first over ends. Bearing in mind it's a power play, not all that expensive from an Essex point of view, and also bearing in mind there was a wide in it. 7 for no wicket, and 5 to Stoneman, 1 to Cracknell, and target 299.
Yeah, it's an awful lot of runs to score. There is a short boundary, but there is a strong Essex attack led by this man, Jamie Porter, from the Hayes close end. No Cook, but Porter. 2 names that will strike fear into the mind of any Middlesex follower after that opening game of the season at Lord's. Middlesex were 4 for 4 with a row of 6 noughts on the board because the 4 runs came from 2 no balls.
Yes, that's right. Jamie Porter, 6 wickets in that first innings and 9 in the match, and not very expensive either.
Right arm over, 1 slip in place, deep third, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Square leg and long leg, and this is punched off a length to backward point. Wonderful piece of fielding from Das, leaping to his left.
Das is good.
Das is good, yeah. Who are you going to give that to next?
Well, I think you.
Toppers?
I think you've patented the rights to the Dasses, and I wouldn't want to take your credit, but I'm following the lead of the master.
Porter's in. Bowls, and this is down the leg side, it'll be a wide. Cracknell trying to work off his hip, but with pace and bounce down the leg side. Umpire just confirming that signal of wide to the scorers, who've acknowledged now. Floodlights on a sunny evening at Chelmsford. They clearly have to start the innings with the floodlights on them, which seems a little bit of a waste in this day and age.
Yes, particularly with the rise in the cost of living.
Indeed. We could have better biscuits next door if they'd have waited 20 minutes to put the lights on. Here's Porter, he's in, bowls, and Cracknell drops this ball into the offside, fielded at cover, and there's no run.
Yep, 7 for no wicket, target 299, just into the second over of the 50. And although you rightly say it's an awful lot of runs, but a lot of sides are getting huge scores in this competition. Middlesex have a strong batting lineup, and I do feel that to win, Essex would need pretty much to bowl, or to go close to bowling Middlesex out.
Yeah, here's Porter to Cracknell, he pushes into the offside, fielded at cover, and there's no run. You know, it's wickets stop runs, don't they? That's the point. If there's the key to this chase for Middlesex will be partnerships. Now, it took till the 6th wicket for the partnership to come for Essex.
Yeah.
But the partnership came, and boy did it, from 1-2-1 for 5.
And then there's a couple of other useful partnerships towards the end there, as Allison shepherded the lower order. And I think Middlesex will just want to keep a few wickets more in hand than Essex did.
Porter bowls and forward goes, Cracknell pushing back, and there's no run. I'd suggest there's certainly no doubt about that, because in a chase, if you're 1-2-1 for 5 chasing 300, it's pretty hard to see a way back. It's an awful lot of pressure in your chasing. Under the lights at Chelmsford, not quite capacity crowd, but not far off.
No, I mean, it's a really good crowd for a 50 overs game.
It would have been ever so slightly disappointing T20 crowd, this, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, I think that's beautifully put. But otherwise, for a 50 over crowd, excellent. Superb.
Off goes Porter with an almost leap for his first step. He bowls to the hip of Cracknell again, who turns just fine of the square leg fielder. Long leg comes around, they'll take 2. And Cracknell is 3 from 5. Middlesex a 10 without loss. 2 to come of the over. There has been a wide, so was gearing up towards the end of the over there, but there's still 2 more to come.
Well, Essex got to 50 odd, but were 3 down by the end of the power play. In fact, they were 3 down by the end of the 7th over. I think Middlesex would very happily settle. They may get that many anyway, but they'll be looking to be no worse than 1 down, and probably be quite happy if they've got, say, 40 odd on the board at the time.
Porter, it's Cracknell. Oh, hits him on the back hip as Cracknell looks for a flat batted shot into the onside. Hurt him that. It's okay, 1 to come of the over.
Good delivery from Porter, but height would have been an enormous problem there, because it struck him probably above stump height already, and it was still rising. Nevertheless, decent over from Jamie Porter, who, funnily enough, has really struggled to get wickets in this competition this year. He's got loads of them in the county championship, 42 no less. It's been good to see, because after a wonderful time in 2017 when Essex were champions, and he got even more wickets than Simon Harmer, 75 to 72. But he's been in the doldrums for 2 or 3 years, and great to see him back in good form this year as Beard comes in from the river end, bowls, goes straight to Luke Blenkenstein or Steen at backward point, and There's no run there, and we like to give you options here. Press your red button if you think it should be Benkenstein, and the green button if you think it should be Benkenstein.
I always thought it was Benkenstein, but then having gone by our scorer's handwriting, I thought it was Sendra Sen.
Here's Beard round the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Stoneman, forced into the covers. Nice stop from Michael Pepper, and there is no run.
Is that not a fair assumption? S-E-N...
And it's in capitals.
I-G-N...
Get your eyes tested.
Beneinstein.
Ben Einstein.
Yes,
Ben Einstein.
bringing in our scorer David Jackman, you hear behind us.
Alfred's not so quite clever brother, Ben.
Meanwhile, Aaron Beard in bowls, and 4 lucky runs here for Stoneman. Came a couple of paces down the track, tried to play the ball down towards mid-off or possibly back past the bowler, got an inside edge, and although there's a short fine leg there, the ball flew off that edge down to the boundary, and Middlesex move into double figures here at 10 for no wicket in the 3rd over. 14 for no wicket, my apologies, poured a bit slow. So Beard to Stoneman. Stoneman's beautiful shot, 4 runs, and he just got a ball that was slightly over pitched and a little bit too straight, and away it went through mid-wicket to the boundary. 18 for no wicket.
Yeah, skipper for the One Day Cup, Mark Stoneman. You imagine he'd be very keen to lead the way to a victory here from the top for Middlesex. Of course, all of that's lovely to think about. It's hard work to do, isn't it? Whether it's his day or somebody else's, that's the way it works in cricket, more often than not failing.
Beard again, bowls to Mark Stoneman, who plays this one back to the bowler. No run, 18 for none in just the 3rd over, 13 to the skipper, 3 to Joe Cracknell, who's faced very little of the bowling at the moment.
But yeah, that was, you know, as much as cricket's predominantly a game of failures, at the top of the order, Stoneman would dearly love to at least give it a good start for Middlesex here in the chase.
Beard again, sun still shining but the floodlights on. Bowls, and this ball's been beautifully hit away for 6 over long leg, and that takes the score to 24 for no wicket, and Stoneman has 19. It was a shocking delivery and got what it deserved. Well outside leg stump and just tipped away over the boundary nonchalantly.
Yeah, I'm not going to defend that it was a good delivery, but you perhaps need to think about your tactics slightly to Stoneman there. They've got around the wicket to the left-hander, which is the want of bowlers predominantly to most left-handers now, isn't it? Particularly in Championship cricket with the Duke's ball. But there's a big boundary to the offside, so rather than being right arm over and putting it into the slot, angling it across Stoneman to go after that shorter boundary to the offside, he's come around the wicket and said, right, go through the onside, and he's clipped him beautifully. It's just created an angle for shots for Stoneman, hasn't it? That shot through mid-wicket was beautifully timed, and you'd have heard the Middlesex players' reaction to it, and similarly that one there. I mean, there was an economy of effort. The angle was all there for him just to lift it into the onside, fine of the fielders, and 6 runs. 24 without loss. Here's the start of the 4th. Porter to Cracknell, who works a single backward square on the leg side. They're thinking about 2 and they do come back for it. Well run. That's really good running.
Yeah,
from Cracknell.
I must admit, this is looking a bit ominous from an Essex point of view. I know it's very early doors, but the approach of the Essex batsman was one where, boundaries at one point were flowing, but you always felt that both the openers were going to hole out sooner rather than later. Pepper for 31 and Das 21. Seemingly quite good scores, but you're both out, with only 6 overs gone. You're not properly doing the opener's job, and here Cracknell just runs the ball down. There's a slight misfield at backward point. It's not to matter. There's always going to be 1 run and never 2 there, as Beard backs up the work of Benkenstein, and the score goes to 26 for no wicket.
Where's our remote control, Paul? Our TV's going to turn off if we don't press any button.
27 for no wicket, yes.
Have we got a remote control somewhere?
Yeah, just ask Dick if he can press
any
control.
button. Anyone will do, Dick.
Yeah. And Porter to bowl to the left-handed Stoneman. Slip in still. Bo Webster. Here comes Porter. Hayes close end. Oh, and that one's been edged down past first slip. Don't think it would have carried if there'd been a second slip. Get a single. Score to that 28 for no wicket. Yes, I think because these openers don't look like holding out at any moment, the high probability is that when we reach the end of the power play, Middlesex won't be any worse than one down, and they have got a batting order in abundance here that's got men coming in who can finish the job off if they get a good start. And this one's been played a little edgedly but perfectly safely to third man, Aaron Beard. He's a very fine fieldsman, Beard. They get the single, and that takes Cracknell along to 7, and Stoneman back into strike, has 20 off 12 deliveries.
Yeah, it is a good start this, all right, for Middlesex. Current run rate is 7.9, the required 5.8. So again, as you say, 50 over match. It's a run a ball.
Porter bowls to Stoneman, and he's cracked this one away, and that's going to be 4 more, despite a despairing dive from Blenkenstein away to my left. They get 4, and the score moves along to 33 for no wicket in just the 4th over.
It may not be his day, but it certainly looks as though he's got the bit between his teeth, Mark Stoneman. He looks very determined to put the first win of the season in the One Day Cup on the board here at Chelmsford.
In that 2017 season when Essex won the championship, in what many of us regard as a pivotal game of the entire championship that year, Essex went to Guildford to play Surrey, and Stoneman was then a Surrey player. Break in because Porter's in bowls, and he has a attempt to repeat the previous shot, but rather leans too far backwards and misses. Goes through to wicketkeeper Buttleman. 33 for none in 4. And just finishing what I was saying, at the close of play on day 1, Stoneman was 189 not out, and Surrey was 360 for 5. Sam Curran had made 60 odd in next to no time. But on the second day, Surrey collapsed to 399 all out, and Essex incredibly came back and won the game in the end by, I think it was either 7 or 8 wickets, and that really was the start of their run towards the title that year. But Stoneman likes making runs against Essex, and that was a magnificent innings he played in that game.
And there was me thinking you were going to talk about pivotal Essex matches in 2017
Yeah.
at Lords.
Oh,
Discussed
no,
it
I
off
missed
air
that one
earlier.
out. No, I was kind and went to Guildford.
Yeah, you only
instead.
mentioned it earlier off air.
Yeah. Rather imitating what Middlesex did, Essex too are bringing a spinner on in just the 5th over. Aaron Nijjar's slow left arm is going to bowl from the river end.
Yeah, so slow left arm's cracked, or hidden against the spin to the smaller boundary. And he comes left arm around to the right hander. Bowls just short of a length. Cracknell sits on the back foot and eases it to backward point, no run. It's a Stoneman. It'll be an interesting one, won't it? Left arm around or left arm over to the left-handed Stoneman. I say it's the bigger of the boundaries, but Chelmsford isn't the biggest ground itself, as this felt more a round arm ball from Nijjar this one, and Cracknell cuts to point, no run once more.
Yeah, no timing in that one. Perfectly safe, but just went straight into the ground and fairly slowly then out to Charlie Allison at backward point.
Flat delivery, cut for a single. Out to deep points, cover comes around, and Cracknell moves to 8. 34 for no wicket.
Yes, it was at this point that Josh de Carey's came into the attack for Middlesex and created a fair amount of havoc with 3 quick wickets. All the first 6 wickets of the Essex eventual 298 for 9 fell to spinners. I think the spinners are going to have to do quite a bit of the wicket taking for Essex.
First 5 wickets, weren't they?
First 6, I think.
First 6, my
Yeah.
apologies.
Sam Robson got the 6th.
Here we go, Nijjar, of course. Nijjar to Stoneman. Slightly shorter delivery. Stoneman waits it and turns the single to short fine leg. That, like I say, that was going to be the interesting one. Deep square set back, and just having a look for Cracknell how they're going to do it. It's deep square, and who else is back? Deep cover. So yeah, he's going to look to bowl them short-ish. As again, this one has Cracknell on the back foot, pushing into the offside. No run. One's come the over, 2 off it.
Yes, it's a sort of bit of a toss-up for the bowler here. If he bowls it shortish, he'll keep the runs down more. Can he occasionally tempt the batsman into an indiscretion, pitching it up more?
Well, that one is short, and Cracknell rocked back to try and pull it into the onside. He ended up almost off the splice of the bat, pushing it back down the track to the bowler, but it looked ungainly and awkward, and fortunately for him it was straight into the ground and back to the bowler. 35 without loss, just 2 off Nijar's first over. Stoneman 25, he'll have strike. Cracknell has 8, and 5 overs done. The first 5 of the 10 over power play to begin with only 2 fielders set back. 299 is the target. BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London, Dick Davis, myself, Kevin Hand and Paul Newton.
Jamie Porter to bowl his third over. Favours this Hayes close end, where he was such a power in the land back in 2017 and very much back in form this year as well. And just making 1 or 2 adjustments to his field. Got a short extra in. He comes in now round the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman. And Stoneman was looking as if he was going to play the ramp shot there, but aborted it. In the end, kind of got caught amidships, but he lives to tell the tale as the ball, possibly just off the pad, rolls slowly back down the track. And Middlesex chasing 299 in the 6th over, a 35 without loss. Porter on his way again. Bowls to Stoneman. Stoneman has clipped this ball beautifully off the pads, and that is all the way for 6. Goodness me, the ball sort of disappeared from my sight in the latter stages there, but that's amazing timing. Picks up 6, 41 for no wicket, and he races on to 31.
Smeared into the second row, probably, of the lower tier of the pavilion.
You feel he almost didn't look at the ball and just dismissed it from
Swatted
his presence.
Yeah. Was it Beard that had quite a sweet pick-up to the other side of the pavilion, away towards the hospitality boxes over there?
Porter bowls. Stoneman dabs it down to backward point. Shy comes in, misses. That would have been worth an appeal. I had the feeling the batsman probably was just about there. Anyway, they get the single. The throw doesn't hit. 42 for no wicket.
Cracknell is the one you'd be more accustomed to seeing teeing off, really launching the ball. It feels as though Stoneman's gone to 32 off 18 without really having to crank up the gears too much. It's see ball, hit ball for Stoneman at the moment, isn't it? But with, they're not reckless shots, are they?
No, he's timing the ball
He looks
tremendously well. He does. Porter's in, over the wicket to the right-handed Cracknell. Good delivery, cramps the batsman for room, plays it to backward point, explores the possibility of a single, quickly realises there isn't one, and returns to his hutch.
You said it was an ominous start for Essex. It's certainly a good start for Middlesex, this 42 without loss.
Yeah, it is, because whereas for all the fact Essex got off to, if anything, an even faster start, but I always felt that it was a matter of time before the 2 openers were caught. Here, these 2 don't look like getting out as Porter's in bowls. Having said that, I knew, as I said, in fact, I was trying to get Essex
I know
a
what you were
sneaky
trying
wicket,
to do.
because Cracknell plays at a ball that's an off-cutter, comes back inside his attempted back cut, and can't have missed the off stump by too much.
Yeah, Stoneman comes down the track and has a chat with Cracknell here. Stoneman's given it a good start. He's probably saying to Cracknell, look, settle.
Yeah, I mean,
Build yourself into it.
probably saying something like 50 overs is a long time. There's no hurry, even though he himself, Stoneman, is scoring very quickly. Porter's in, bowls, and this ball off a thick inside edge produces 1 run to leg gully, who's Charlie Allison. They get the single, and at the end of that, the 6th over, needing 299 to win, Middlesex are 43 without loss, Stoneman 32 off 18, and Cracknell 9 off 18.
Yeah, it's a good start for Middlesex here, a solid foundation. It's a good chunk out of 300 already, isn't it? 43 without loss in the after 6, 4 overs left to the power play. And again, 60, 70 without loss at the end of the power play. I think that's It gives you a real chance.
Very much so.
Here goes Nija around the wicket. Oh, hit up into the air by Cracknell, but safe. Now we are still in the power play, so dropping short, and this may well have been the discussion with deep square back and deep cover points. Well, he's not going to be sending Manny up there towards the toe of Cracknell, is he, with long off and long on up, the spinner, so gives him a little bit of a problem here in that it's rather telegraphed where the majority of his balls are going to land, as here's Nija, and again drops short, and there goes another one. Not quite sure they've got this right, because it's a little bit too obvious, isn't it?
Yep. You can't be too predictable in this game.
Yeah, and if you're, even if you're a quick, you have deep third back and deep square. You're kind of just short of a length, just outside off, or just on off, really. But as a spinner with two back square of the wicket, I mean, this ball just isn't supposed to go full. The next one might, but this one's onto the pads, going down the leg side, and Cracknell hits a fly that isn't there in front of him. Disappointed that he didn't get bat on it and usher that past the short fine leg for 4 more. 51 without loss, that 50 up with the second boundary, second ball of the over. It's Nija bowls again a fraction short, but straight enough on this occasion that Cracknell can only cut him really to, I say straight enough, but not as straight that he can pull him as easily. It's cut to deep cover for a single.
Yeah, the trouble with this bowling, as you've implied, Kevin, there's no sense of flight at all. It's one of the ways, even if the ball isn't turning much.
Well, it's a little bit like the fast bowler with the double bluff when he sends back deep
Yeah,
square and then
yes.
he puts the Yorker in. You look to Nija now with two back square of the wicket, although he's changing that to Stoneman. You see this works, deep backward square and deep mid wicket, left arm over to the left-hander. He bowls now, and Stoneman defends into the offside, and there's no run. This is a perfectly plausible and fine tactic in the power play, but the two square of the wicket for me, well, he paid the price first 2 balls of the over,
Yeah,
didn't he?
just?
But he might get out of the over nonetheless, as he's in now, bowls, and Stoneman chops it to the short third, and it's a dot ball, and he does indeed get out of the over. 9 off it, which in the end, having gone for 8 off the first 2, is a good recovery. 52 without loss. Stoneman has 32. Cracknell has 18. Middlesex have 43 more overs to score 247 further runs.
Simon Harmer, not totally surprisingly, is bringing him, well, I say bringing himself on. He's not captain of the 50 over game. Tom Wesley is. Harmer is, of course, captain of the T20 Blast Essex side. But the irony there, Kevin, was that the batsman who'd hitherto not been able to get hold of the ball enjoyed himself against the spin, Joe Cracknell, and the man who'd been loving the quicker bowling, Mark Stoneman, didn't look as comfortable against the slow left arm. We shall see how this develops. Cracknell will be on strike to Harmer's first ball. He's got, well, I was going to say got a short extra in, but he's changed his mind now, and the man who was there, Bo Webster, has now been shifted to the other side of the globe and is at backward square leg. And we have backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, backward square leg, a fine leg inside the circle, backward square leg right out in the deep, as the first ball Cracknell plays cautiously to Das at cover. There's no run, needing 299 to win. Middlesex were only in the 8th over, albeit of the power play, racing along nicely. 52 on the board, but not a wicket down. Here's Harmer, and he's lofted high over extra cover. It's not quite got the carry for 6, but it's 4 handsome runs to Cracknell, taking advantage of the relatively close set field in these power play overs. In fact, only 2 men can be out on the boundary. And Cracknell, who started uncertainly, but 3 boundaries in the last 5 deliveries he's faced. Harmer's in, bowls to him, and all defence here, plays it back down the pitch. 56 for no wicket. Cracknell 22 and Stoneman 32.
Yeah, this is the key, isn't it, Harmer? This is the bowling performance that they need to help them today.
Harmer bowls, and this ball is pulled away from outside off stump to the backward square leg boundary. Very nicely executed by Cracknell, who moves along to 26 and scored a 60 for no wicket. And we're just in the 8th over. and that 298 for 9, as much as it was an improvement for Essex on previous performances in this 50 over competition, is already looking thoroughly inadequate. But it is early doors yet. Harmer's in. Bowls, and it's nudged away, and there won't be a run here as it goes to Webster at square leg, and there nearly was a run because his throw was a little bit wayward, and just as well that the captain was backing up there, Tom Wesley.
I was going to say, you're a hard taskmaster, Paul. 2 wickets and 2 balls, it could be a very different game.
Harmer's in, bowls, and this ball's nudged away, and again there won't be a run as it goes to Charlie Allison at mid-wicket, the end of the Harmer over. But not a bad one from a Middlesex point of view. 60 for no wicket, the 2 boundaries in it. 8 overs have now gone. The target's 299, but with 32 to Stoneman, 26 to Cracknell. Middlesex certainly with potentially quite a big advantage here, as Porter's going to be switched to the river end. And I did make the point when Essex were making a good start. Yeah, they were hitting boundaries, but you just felt that there was a lot of risky shots that sooner or later were going to be the undoing of Messrs Pepper and Das, the openers, whereas these Middlesex openers are looking, I won't quite say as safe as houses, but a lot safer.
You know, that square leg there, Bo Webster, he didn't mean to let that through. But if that's a dot ball, all of a sudden, you know, it's 5 dot balls on the bounce. It's his. Porter around the wicket Stoneman, he charges down the track and looks to swing into the onside. He misses, unfortunately for Stoneman. That shaves the top of leg stump through to the keeper. And exactly that, you know, we're still in the power play. You wouldn't rule out a wicket before the end of the power play. All of a sudden you squeeze a couple, and this is where the fielding's so important.
Yeah.
You squeeze a couple of overs just out of the power play, and all of a sudden you might have another one on the board, and you know, the pressure just starts to build. That's the thing about the chase, isn't it? Essex they won't like this start, but they won't be there'll be alarm bells just yet. As Porter is in, he bowls, and Stoneman's hit on the hip. It falls for a leg by just in front of the short fine leg. Was there a little bit of bat involved in that? There must have been. Umpire signals Nout. 61 without loss.
Yeah, the 2 times, one was the ball before the one that's just been bowled, the 2 times that Stoneman has advanced down the track, and there's no need for him to do that because it's a way of premeditating. He hasn't come off at all, you know, and as I say, he's playing so well without trying to second guess. I wouldn't encourage him to do that.
Porter bowls, forward goes Cracknell defending, no run. Here we go, you know, there's just 1 off this over so far. Cracknell, well, he's doing all right, strike rate's 89, so he shouldn't be worried about his strike rate right now. He shouldn't be worried about the scoreboard. He shouldn't be worried about anything. He should be worried about building pressure and building a partnership.
Yeah.
Building a pressure through a partnership.
I mean, runs are coming so plentifully without them having to sort of take any great risks.
Porter is in, bowls, and goes past the edge of Cracknell, who just gives a little indication that that's shaped away from him. We're not perfectly in line, but whether it was seam or a little bit of swing maybe for Porter, but past the edge it goes, and Stoneman wanders down the track, and probably to make the point that we're making, 4 balls gone to the over, 1 run off it, 3 dot balls. Don't worry, Joe, just keep going.
And I would encourage Buttleman, the wicket keeper, to come up a yard or 2. The bounce is low here,
It is.
and if he had edged that, I'm not convinced
We
it
saw
would have
that
carried.
very early on, didn't we?
Yeah.
In the Middlesex innings
Yeah.
with Bamber bowling and Simpson the keeper. As his Porter, he bowls just full of length, and that's edged, but a thick edge would have challenged third slip to his right had there been one in place, and a single down to deep third. 1's come of the over, and 7 deliveries left to the power play. Who's up? I think it's me, is it, at the end of the over for
Yes, it is you.
Dick Davis?
We will bid you farewell for half an hour, and all I would say is use your time off wisely.
Any advice how?
No, because I'm just not qualified to speak on the subject.
Round the wicket comes Porter, he bowls, and down the leg side to Stoneman, who took a little step, I think, outside his trigger movement, was just to give himself a little bit of room outside leg, and Porter went with him. So did the ball, so did the bat, and there came the boundary. Middlesex, after 8 overs, are 66 without loss. Stoneman has 37, 27 for Cracknell. It's a very, very good start here for the visitors. 2 teams looking to register their first win in the competition this year. A few words from Paul Newton on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio London, live via the BBC Sport website and app. And it will be Dick Davis.
Thanks to Kevin Hand, who'll be back with us in half an hour. And The score is 66 for no wicket. We're still in the power play. And Simon Harmer is going to be bowling from the Hayes close end in his traditional shades. He comes in now over the wicket to the right-handed Cracknell, single to long on, and 67 for no wicket. Been an excellent start by the Middlesex openers, and bar those couple of coming down the track trigger movements from Stoneman, which probably saw him be as close to being out as he has been. Apart from that, there's scarcely been any worries at all for Middlesex, who are making this target of 299 at the moment, I underline, look fairly routine. And here's going to be 4 or 5 runs coming because the ball's gone down for wides. It's crossed the boundary, and you get 1 for the wide and 4 for the ball crossing the boundary. And Essex are throwing runs away at the moment, 72 for no wicket. Welcome back to Dick.
Thank you, Paul, very much. Yes, they are rather profligate.
Yeah, just the word. I'll look it up when I get home, but sounds just the job. Afraid that was 5 runs. You can't be giving too many of those away. And this next ball is played back to the bowler. In fairness to the wicket keeper, it wasn't a good delivery, the one that went for the wides, because it was down leg side. And that doesn't make it easy, because the wicket keeper's view of the ball is often masked by the batsman. Harmer's in around the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman. Stoneman has hit this up in the air. He hasn't got hold of it properly. It could be a catch, and it's put down. I thought the fieldsman was going to be able to just hold on to that. It wasn't an easy one, perhaps not made easier by the fact a man inside the circle was running towards him at the same time. But the fact is, a potential chance has gone down. They take 2, 74 for no wicket. Harmer's in, bowls, and this ball's run down. There's going to be at least 2 runs here as it races down toward, but won't go over the third man boundary. And once again, they come back for 2, and the score to 76 for no wicket. It was Benkenstein, if you prefer Benkenstein, who got hands to that catch but just couldn't hold on to it. Not a bad drop, but the sort you needed to take in the circs.
Well, yes, but
Harmer's into Stoneman, who plays it for no run into the onside.
I think there was a considerable lack of communication between Benkenstein and Robin Das.
Yeah.
And one of them should have. Well, it was definitely Benkenstein's catch because he was running in.
As this next ball is played into covers for no run, the end of the over. Just to amplify Dick's point, I did say on commentary that the man running away from the wicket was, if anything, probably impeding the progress of the man coming off the boundary. And you should nearly always leave it to the man who's running forwards.
Precisely. I think that's what I was saying. Particularly since in this case, Das was running into the setting sun.
Yeah. Now, I think he got in the way a little bit there. Not literally in the sense of stopping the man actually physically.
No, but
if
you're in that position, you think somebody any moment might barge into me when I'm off balance, then so it was unfortunate.
Well, we're going to see Bo Webster, who bowled off breaks in the end the other day, but he also bowls medium pace, and judging by the length of his run-up, he's intending to bowl medium pace, at least to start with here today. Yeah,
I think he also packs the kit and collects the subs.
And hands out our meal tickets.
Yes, that's right. So, it's the aforementioned Bo Webster, who moves in and bowls, and it's just nudged away on the onside. No addition to the score. Is it worth me looking to see if we've had any emails, or do you know we haven't?
I don't think we have, but by all means look. Particularly bright sunshine all of a sudden. It's been sort of slightly hazy previously, but although it's just disappearing as I speak, but it was very, very glary a moment or two ago, as you mentioned, with the that catch that was missed by Essex a moment or two ago, and they really can't afford to put anything down here.
No, they can't. Oh, and now already already Webster's decided that spin is the better option, and right arm round the wicket.
Yeah, he's certainly a very versatile cricketer.
Indeed.
Tall man, about 6'2".
And that's chopped away backward of square, just evades the man at backward point, so therefore will cross the boundary. It's the boundary is, the outfield is incredibly quick, and when the ball starts to move, it's like a puck on an ice rink.
Yeah, I mean, we've had plenty of rain recently, but it's, as you say, it's lightning out there, grease lightning.
As that's just nudged away on the onside, and as you've been saying, and it's quite true. Well, obviously it's true if you're saying it, that runs are just coming far too easily, aren't they?
They are, and I think it shows again. I do wish the coin would drop with some of Essex's talented young players. Don't be afraid to let the runs come to you instead of forever feeling you've got to throw the bat at everything.
Yeah, well, I think that was one of the ways in which one of the several ways in which I was most I admired Charlie.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's just nudged away for a single backward of square on the offside. Charlie Allison's innings, because it was very intelligent. He paced it well. Initially, he was just content on seeing it out and pushing runs as and when they came, and then, as he got a bit more partly confidence and partly in tune with the conditions, then started to lay back to ball with great purpose. That's a full toss, which is just nudged down to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Nijar 24. End of the over, not a very distinguished over, to be honest, and Middlesex, after just 11 overs, are 83 for no wicket, and they're well ahead of the DLS. We hasten to add, it's not going to rain. It's a beautiful, beautiful mid-August evening, but nevertheless, it's always a very good indication as to how they're lying in respect of what they need. Okay, technically they're behind the required rate, but they also have 10 wickets in hand.
Well, they're well ahead of the required rate, because Duckworth Lewis suggests they only need to be 40.
Yeah, beg your pardon. Yeah, I misread that.
They're more than double. Yeah, they're 83 rather than 40. And Harmer's in around the wicket from the pace close end, and a false shot here from Stoneman as he just gets to the bottom of the bat on one that was dangerously close to getting under his bat and would have bowled him, and it just rolled slowly into the offside. Webster from slip retrieves, but Essex right to have a slip in, because they've got to get wickets to have any chance of winning this game. And another moral triumph for Simon Harmer. Attempted run out as the throw comes in from Porter over the bails, and Buttleman breaks the stumps, but Cracknell, in all honesty, was well home there. So they get a single, and Stoneman moves up to 48 from only 34 deliveries, and from the same number of deliveries Cracknell has 34. It's 85 for no wicket, needing 299 to win. We're in just the 12th over. But the point about Charlie Allison's, as you say, splendid knock, is that he wasn't in too much of a hurry. He played himself and he paced it beautifully, eventually hitting 3 sixes in quick succession. Harmer's in, bowls, it's driven back firmly, deflected by Harmer into the path of Wesley at mid-off. Shy comes in, hits the stumps, and they get an overthrow, a buzzer. A buzzer, ladies and gentlemen, otherwise known as an overthrow. And that's where a good bit of cricket from Wesley rebounds to his disfavour, because it ran away about 15 yards away from the wicket at the bowler's end, and what would have been a single is a brace, and the score up to 87 for no wicket. And Cracknell now faces Harmer again, and he's hit it down to long on for an ambled single. He goes up to 32. I actually said he got 34 a moment or two ago. I thought that's what it said on the board, misread it. He is now 32, and the score is 88 for no wicket, and we're in just the 12th over as Harmer is in and bowls to Stoneman. Ooh, and Stoneman struggling against Harmer for the 3rd time in the over. He beats him there, and that one was a little bit of bounce about it, and Stoneman looks suspiciously at the pitch there. That's good bowling from Harmer.
He does like bowling to left-handers, doesn't he?
He does. Bowls again, and Harmer, all caution, in sharp contrast to the rest of his innings, is relieved to survive the over and play it out to Robin Dass at short mid-wicket, and that's a good over from Essex's T20 skipper, with Middlesex 88 for no wicket after 12, and 50 overs is a long innings, which is what players sometimes fail to take on board. And if Middlesex keep going like this, there can only be one winner.
Thank you, Steve. He says, I just thought I'd have to email you to tell you how much I'm enjoying both the commentary and the live stream on YouTube. Yep, thanks very much. Yeah,
Thank you.
The cameramen do a brilliant job, and or camera operators, sorry, I mustn't say cameraman, and indeed they're not all male, as the next livery. And Webster is back in seam bowling mode.
Yes, you called him Beaumont because his Christian name is Beau.
Yes, that's right. Thank you for coming to my aid.
But there's a nicely judged single, and these two have a good understanding with each other. And, you know, the moral for some of the Essex batsmen is there are so many runs out there, you know, without taking any risks at all.
And now he's bowling. It seems to me as if Webster is bowling slow off spin to the left-hander and seam up to the right-hander.
I think you're right. Yep.
Because he's now reverted to the slow bowling mode.
And Stoneman doesn't look anything like as happy when facing the spinners as he did against the quicker bowlers.
No. Well, as a good old-fashioned sort of opening batsman, then yeah, he's not used to it so much. That's flailed out to long off for a single.
Well, you and I used to open the batting at a much humbler level.
Not together, we hasten to add.
No, but I think we both say we much preferred a bit of pace on the ball than
good Lord, yes.
facing spin.
Yes.
Didn't suit me at all.
No, nor me. As that's 4 through mid-on, or long on by the time it reaches the boundary. Oh yeah, I got most of my runs off the edge, which went to the boundary. If it had been a slow bowler, they wouldn't have got halfway.
Yep, I had a bat with very big edges.
Mine also had an enormous great hole in the middle.
But I'm afraid this outfield's so quick there that even though it only just went past Wesley, no chance of cutting it off.
As Webster moves in again and bowls. Doesn't time that properly. Pulled out to mid-wicket where Harmer fields. Steve goes on. I don't mean goes on derogatively, critically.
He continues.
He continues even, yes, thank you. As an Essex boy who hasn't been back there for many years, most of my family were boarded about 20 miles. Sorry, I just played out in the offside. Were bored about 20 miles of jobs like that, almost 500 years. Not quite with that one.
No, I think we'd all have to say amen to that. Anyway.
It continues, sorry. However, I'm now retired, sitting on a balcony in a small apartment in Italy, with a glass of wine, but this is really starting to make me homesick. Thanks for all your hard work, Steve. Thank you, Steve, very much for emailing us. And thank you to everybody who emails us. We really like it. It's much better to hear what you want us to talk about rather than...
Harmer to Stoneman, and he's driven this, and the short extra dives over the ball. It's only going to, well, there would have been one run anyway, and that brings up the 50 for Mark Stoneman, enthusiastically applauded by his colleagues sitting in front of us here up in the Riverside stand, and they scored to 95 for no wicket. Stoneman is 15 out as Harmer now comes over the wicket to the right-handed Cracknell. Cracknell has hit this up in the air. Can Long On get to it? No, he can't. Not in time to catch it anyway. He does eventually keep it down to a single. Michael Pepper is out there. It's a good bit of fielding, to be fair to him. And the score goes up to 96 for no wicket with Cracknell on 38. But he wasn't in control of that shot, even though he got away with it. Harmer round the wicket to the left-handed Stoneman, just reached his 50, nudges the next ball to short extra, and that is Charlie Allison, and there is no run.
Thank you, Jeff, for your email. This is splendid, they're all coming through.
Thanks, Jeff. I'll come to yours in a moment. Harmer's in, bowls, and this ball again won't produce a run as it's played out to Allison at short extra. Harmer getting through his overs pretty quickly. We will get round to your email, Jeff, in a moment. Harmer's in, bowls. Stoneman steps away, and he's the luckiest man alive on this occasion, because the ball just turned past off stump, was so close to hitting the stumps there, and he really doesn't look like he particularly reads Simon Harmer, who comes in again, bowls, and all defence here. Stoneman plays it back to the bowler. It looks a different game when Simon Harmer's bowling. At the end of that, the 14th over, Middlesex needing 299 to win, with 50 to Stoneman the skipper, 38 to Cracknell, on 96 without loss.
Jeff says, well, the gist of it is our colleague Nick misguidedly thought that Tuesday's game was at Grace Road, which it's not. It's at Kibworth, yes, and he inquires as to who's going. I'm going, actually. I put in a special request with the usual manner, in a form in triplicate and 2 carbon copies, and I guess it's got the stamp of approval. So I'm off there on Tuesday, and thoroughly looking forward to it. I do like outgrounds.
Yes, Leicestershire, you know, they're going quite well. They beat Surrey at the Oval.
Well, Patel is going brilliantly, isn't he? As Nijar back into the attack. And much as Essex found out, or rather much as Middlesex found out, it's spin that is mainly doing the bulk of the bowling as Nijar moves in. And that's chopped down to short third man, and they had to scurry for that one. It was, in view of the situation that Middlesex are in, it was a little bit imprudent at best. But anyway, they made it, so yeah, all's fair in love and war, and quickly taken singles.
Yes, the throw bounced most unkindly.
Yes, it did.
Straight into Buttleman's midriff, and he's understandably in some pain there, but gamely carrying on.
A brave soldier. It's Nijar over the wicket now to the left-handed Stoneman, who pushes that all out into the mid-wicket area. A very, very good bit of fielding by, is that Wesley?
No, it's Robin Dass.
Robin Dass, diving away to his left. Yes, Wesley's at mid-off.
Yeah, very good piece of fielding indeed. There were some great stops by the Middlesex fieldsman earlier.
Nijar in again, bowls, or reverse sweep is attempted, failed. Buttleman takes the bails off, appeals, and the umpire does not agree with the appeal.
No,
Or he does not uphold it.
I was surprised he was so excited there. It didn't look to me as if the batsman had left his crease at all.
And so the castle is repaired. Normal business is resumed as Nijar moves in, bowls. And that's swept away for 4. And, no, it's not. Yes, it is. I hadn't seen the fielder approaching because it was just obscured by the window frame, but got there just too late to stop it going over the boundary. Thanks, Trevor, for your email. We will get onto it, but with spin bowlers operating in tandem from both ends, there's very little time, but we will make time. It's worth it. We've got to make time for emails. It's the essence of the commentaries, I always think. Well, that's pulled away for a good bit of fielding there, and on the square leg, deep square leg boundary in front of the stand. I think that's probably Beard.
Yeah, I think it probably
there.
is.
He is probably the finest fielder in the Essex side. Yeah, well, quickly then. Trevor says, what would Essex give to be able to recall Patel from Leicestershire? A few centuries this season, 161 today as well. I didn't know about that. I think that's his 4th at least of the season, of 129 balls. I always felt that letting him go was a trifle precipitous. Well, so did I, Trevor, and I'm not one often to say I told you so, mainly because I'm invariably wrong. But I did think it might prove to be a mistake getting rid of Patel, and well, nothing that's happened since has made me change my view.
Here's Harmer beginning a new over from the Hayes close end, and this is actually a slight misfield this time by That's Charlie Allison there. I think it was Allison actually in the end who made that fine sprawling stop at the end of the previous over, because I've been following which fieldsman it was. He's having a good day, Allison, albeit that was a slight misfield there. 105 for no wicket, and this ball has also been pulled round to Allison, but straight to him this time. Again, he doesn't actually pick it up cleanly, but they can only get one. 106 for no wicket, and we're in just the 16th over, target 299.
Mike says he's enjoying the commentary between Somerset and Sussex. Right then, well, thank you.
Yes, we thank you on their behalf. As Harmer's in, bowls to Stoneman. Stoneman back cuts, but straight to Aaron Nijar at backward point, and there won't be a run there. 106 for no wicket. And if there were to be a wicket go down, the most likely way of it would be for Harmer to dismiss Stoneman, who hasn't looked really happy against the Essex spinner so far, but he's reverse sweeps nicely. Allison, no hope of cutting that off. 4 runs, 110 for no wicket in the 16th.
Yes, so BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to email us, and we would warmly welcome them. As I say, it's the essence of these commentaries. You don't want to hear the gospels according to us. Well, perhaps gospel is the wrong word. It's not exactly St Paul or St Dick, but neither of us is a saint.
And I don't know, there's time yet. This ball is dabbed into the offside. There's no run there. Just steps up from backward point to field, and perhaps more short third man or deep gully. It's kind of a hybrid between 3 fielding positions, and here is Harmer again around the wicket to Stoneman. Stoneman advances and then drops a dead bat on the ball, which is slightly uppish, but only slightly. Goes safely enough to Das, and at the end of that over, Stoneman has 60, Cracknell 42, and remember we had those 5 wides at one point. 110 for no wicket after 16 overs, needing 299 to win.
Yes, and the odds firmly in the visitors' favour, I would have thought.
Yeah, me too.
Slight drinks break time.
I think the point would be, Dick, as I did say at the end of the Essex innings, as pleased as we were with Essex's recovery to 298 for 9, but I felt there's so many runs out there,
yes,
and Middlesex such a strong batting lineup that Essex virtually had to bowl out Middlesex to win the game, and you can't see it on the evidence of what we've seen so far.
No, they might, though. We've all watched enough cricket to know that things can suddenly change, but no, at this stage it certainly doesn't seem likely. Nijar continues to bowl, left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Cracknell, or as the scoreboard in our box says, Racknell, and chops that down hard into the ground. Yes, the camera isn't quite pointed at the scoreboard correctly, and all the first letters are missing, so the batsmen apparently are Stoneman and Racknell, and the bowlers Ejar and Armour. So Nijar moves in, bowls. Batsman comes down the wicket, gets the pitch a bit, just pushes it out to long off.
Not the least problem, Dick, for Essex is that easily their most dangerous weapon is Simon Harmer, and he has bowled well, but now he's bowled half his overs for 31 runs. He might well have had a wicket, but he hasn't.
No.
Yeah, he can only bowl 5 more.
As Nijar moves in and bowls. And that's pulled away to deep backward square leg, about a little bit more than 3/4 way to the boundary, and they go through for a comfortable single.
If Essex could get a wicket, you never know with cricket. Very often another couple can follow, so it could yet change, but it's going to have to be something fairly dramatic, you feel.
Yes, a run out perhaps initially, as Nijar moves in, bowls. And batsman goes onto the back foot, does Cracknell, and plays it out to deepish mid-off again, where it's fielded by Bo Webster. I can't think of any other cricketer that I've ever encountered with the first name of Bo.
No, it is unusual.
That is a super shot there, because there was so little effort put into it. Stoneman just came down the wicket, got to the pitch of the ball, and more or less pushed it over the head of Tom Wesley, who's fairly deep at mid to long off. But yeah, one bounce and it was over the rope. So
Yeah,
splendid
terrific
shot.
Hardly any backlift either.
No.
Just all timing. And he is a very, very talented player, Stoneman. One point I think he got into the test side.
Oh yes.
He's one of those many that opened and didn't manage to make enough of a mark to keep their place. But I'll tell you what, he wouldn't mind a bit of Bazball the way he's played here, and really has done very well. Now Tom Wesley brings himself into the attack, a good move I think.
Oh yes.
Because sometimes he's not that easy to hit, and even if he isn't taking wickets, he can be as good as anyone at trying to restore a measure of control. And Essex, they've never really been able to contain this rapid Middlesex scoring rate. So we've now had 17 overs and 117 on the board. It's over 6 and over. In fact, it's very nearly 7. That would be 119 if it were exactly 7 and over. Cracknell on strike to Tom Wesley's first ball. Sun gone in for the moment. Quite a breeze blowing now. And ball played to long on. Pepper. Single, an ambled single. As Cracknell steals up towards 50. He's on 44 from 49 deliveries. Stoneman 65 from 53. He's taken the limelight, Stoneman, but Cracknell's played very well indeed. And the next delivery, 118 for no wicket. Clipped away off the pads by Stoneman. Single, 66 to him, 119 for no wicket in the 18th over. Getting Charlie Allison dispatched to deep backward square leg here for the next Wesley delivery. Wesley bowls. Played back to the bowler, there'll be no run there. Essex 298 for 9 in their 50 overs. Good recovery from 121 for 5 after 3 wickets went down. Never mind in the power play, but in the first 7 overs. And this ball's been hit up in the air. It's going to land safely between 3 fielders, trisects them perfectly, and out to Benkenstein or Stein, and the single takes the score to 120 for no wicket in the 18th over. And still serene progress from Middlesex here, who did beat Essex in the T20 game here, penultimate zonal match. And Wesley's in, bowls driven to long off. Michael Pepper, another single, 121 for no wicket in the 18th over, but at least Wesley has been able so far to confine the batsman to singles. And that in itself, the way this innings has gone so far, is something of an achievement.
It is.
Wesley to complete the over bowls, and this one is probably going to produce 2 runs. Yeah, they're coming back for the second. Throws on its way. It could be close, but good dive from Cracknell makes sure he's safely home. 123 for no wicket at the end of 18 overs, and I think it's time to welcome back Kevin Hand to join Dick Davis.
Thank you, Paul, very much. Yes, Mark Stoneman played 11 tests actually. For Geordie, 35-year-old Geordie. No, 30. Oh, my arithmetic's 36-year-old. I think Geordie is okay. It's not an offensive term, I don't think. Have to be so careful nowadays. If it is, I apologise. I'm sure it's not. I was watching Vera last night on television, and that's full of people from that neck of the woods. So 123 without loss, and yeah, the game very much in the visitors' favour, that there is no possible doubt. As Nijar moves in from this end, the River Can end, bowls attempt to paddle it round the corner is met with partial success. They go through for a leg bye. Just waiting for the umpire to signal it, which he duly did. The umpire being Paul Nichols. Nijar moves in again, bowls. That's played and caught. A bit of an anticlimactic end to an innings, really. I mean, be interested to hear what Kevin thinks of that. I mean, Cracknell have been batting really well, just pushed it, never really got quite over it, and it was held a good-ish, but at this level of the game, you know, you expect it to be taken low down by his shins by Robin Dass, and Middlesex are 124 for 1. That sort of came out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah, just watching the replay now. I mean, that's cricket sometimes, isn't it? As we know, yeah, it just wasn't quite there. Played it a little bit inside out, didn't he? And in the end, it went in the air. As he gave himself a little bit of room, and there he is, just playing more of a forward defence as he walks off, shaking his head. But he just gave himself that little bit of room to play inside out with it, and it wasn't quite there to do so. So as a result, he scoops it up into the offside, and there he is, high front elbow, replaying it all in his mind. He knows what he did wrong. But that is cricket. One slip as a batter and you're in trouble, aren't you?
That's
so,
correct.
You know, as long as that ball's there or thereabouts in the right spot from the bowler, you as the batter cannot afford even the slightest of errors. 124 for 1, much needed by Essex, it goes without saying. And it brings Sam Robson to the middle, which will come as no relief whatsoever to Essex. There are still 175 more runs to score, so we must never say never, but Middlesex are obviously in a very strong position here.
They are indeed.
I mean, outstanding by Stoneman, I have to say. From the word go in this innings, Mark Stoneman looked as though he was determined. Not that you're not determined on any other day, you're determined every day, but it looked as though today he saw this as, this is a win. This needs to be a win for Middlesex, and I'm going to do it. So he, you know, it looks as though mentally he put his hand up and said, yep, today's the day I'm doing it. And that's not to say that he doesn't put his hand up on other days, so it might sound strange in that way, but you could just see he had the bit between his teeth out there early in this innings today, and he's never let go.
So Nijar with 1 wicket under his belt, about to bowl to Robson. That was the second ball of the over, so 4 more to come. And Nijar moves in now, round the wicket, just off 2 or 3 paces, short of a length, and played out into the covers for 2 runs, maybe 3. They'll think about a third. In fact, it's there quite comfortably. The ball does speed away. It doesn't look like a particularly quick outfield. It's very green, but it certainly has some pace in it. And it wasn't much more than a defensive push, really. A little bit more than that, but it sped away. And, so the visitors move on to 124 for... No, they haven't put those up yet. 127 for 1. I'm sure it was 124 when that wicket fell. And just pushed down the offside. No addition to the score. Yes, 127 for 1. One board tells us that. The other one still says it's 124. Nijar moves in, bowls to Stoneman, who is not out, but a fairly confident appeal. But
well, he darted it into the gloves, didn't he? He passed it, quicker ball to Stoneman, and you know, was the 2 noises? Essex thought so.
Yep, Nijar again. And that went through Stoneman, it went through Battleman, and it's now hitting the boundary boards at the far end for 4 byes.
And there wasn't 2 noise. Well, there wasn't a noise at all.
Wasn't any noise at all. No, complete silence.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether it was going to be an inside edge that went through, but well, there's enough in it for the spinners, isn't there? 131 for 1, and that was always going to be the key. You know, we had a natter in the interval, and yeah, the more experienced spinners are obviously in the Essex side. They've got Simon Harmer. So what can the spinners do here in the middle overs to try and slow this right down for Middlesex? The required rate is 5.4. Now, it's not difficult, Dick, for that to climb quite quickly. You put another wicket on the board now, and all of a sudden you just notice, oh look, the required rate's 6.5 now.
Yeah.
Another one at 7, and the game changes. So Essex will know that. They'll have been here many times before. Middlesex are not halfway to their target yet. So here's Wesley bowls, and an inside out drive. Wow, that is some shot by Robson. Just worked that with an open face from quite a straight line from the off spinner through mid off and extra cover for 4. Glorious, glorious shot. That was really something to watch. I just looked again at the replay up above. 1, 3, 5 for 1. He's on to 7, Robson. And again, the off spin of Wesley and pushed back by Robson, no run.
Thanks, John, for your email. I must admit, yeah, I'll read it at the end of the over. But I'm with you.
This is short enough delivery from Wesley, which has Robson rocking back, but then just pushing it straight back to the bowler. I think he was looking to cut into the offside there, but all turning to follow him. Bit of flight once more, and Robson on this occasion turns fine of mid-wicket, single taken. 1, 3, 6 for 1. Stoneman on strike on 67. Middlesex's championship openers, Stoneman and Robson. A couple of England test openers in their time. Together in the middle. It's not really what Essex wanted to see when they finally got that first wicket. As Wesley bowls and backing away to this one and cutting beautifully into the gap in between gully and backward point. Stoneman, and a chase to deep third, which I don't think they will win, and they will not. 2 charging hard and charging fast, but they couldn't catch it. 140 for 1. Stoneman's onto 71. Outstanding innings for the Middlesex skipper here.
It is.
He's looked a class act from the word go today, Stoneman. As Wesley bowls and Stoneman tickles a single through square leg. 72 for Stoneman, 141 Middlesex. 141 for 1, I should say. End of the 20th. 30 overs to go. Off their first 20, Middlesex have scored 141 for 1. Off their final 30, they require 158 to win.
Thanks, John. He says, even as an Essex supporter, I'm enjoying your commentary, but your debate about the pronunciation of Benkenstein is becoming rather annoying. I must admit, I agree. In fact, there is no, imagine when it's like, you know, when you're next to it. In fact, there is no debate. Stein is a German word, and it is pronounced I.
He's Paul digging his heels in.
So it's Benkenstein, as in Albert Stein, Rick Stein, John Steinbeck.
Frankenstein.
Albert
Einstein.
Einstein dry, but you can't tell Paul. I mean, he just sort of will not, obstinate, doesn't scratch the surface. That's just swept away, reverse sweep to fine leg. Even if he asked Luke Benkenstein how he pronounced his name, and he said, well, Benkenstein, Paul would say, no, you're wrong. So I'm sorry, John, I'm entirely with you. John has worked away for a single. John of Mentmore in Buckinghamshire. Mentmore. Talking of golf earlier, I played Mentmore course a few times. I think very pleasant indeed. A newer course, from what I remember. As Nijar moves in, well, not at the moment, he will do in a minute, once he's sorted out where he wants his field or who's going where. It's more a question of personnel rather than actually positions. They've now swapped fine leg and short third man as Nijar moves in and bowls. And backs away, but Robson backs away but doesn't really get an edge. Well, just doesn't get an edge, otherwise he's not really. Well, he sort of gets an edge.
He sort of gets an edge that he didn't.
Yeah.
He sort of edged that one through to the keeper without using the bat.
Yeah. As, that's just pushed out to long off, where it's Webster who fields. So, yeah, thanks, John. Heaven knows I've tried, but
Whatever you do, don't chastise him when he comes in, because it will start the debate.
Oh, good Lord,
up
that'll
again.
make him say even more. Yes. As Nijar moves in and bowls. I also did German at O level. Yeah, Einsvei dry, not Eensvei dry. I think Ian is Welsh for one, actually. Nijar moves in round the wicket, left arm round, bowls to Mark Stoneman, and plays it out to his opposite number, the Essex captain Tom Wesley at mid-off. No addition to the score of 143 for 1, with Mark Stoneman not out, a faultless 73 and 9 against Robson's name, or Obson as it says on the board.
Obson, yeah.
Obson and
Stoneman.
Stoneman. And required...
Ejar and Wesley.
Yes.
He's the German Wesley. Let's try and get that pronunciation.
Yes,
passport.
oh dear.
He's German too, Paul. It's Wesley, not Wesley. 143 for 1. And a good day so far for Middlesex. Their day in the field looks even better, and it looks at the moment as though that start with the bat may cost Essex dearly. 121 for 5 they were. Middlesex 143 for 1. Here's Harmer, bowls to Robson. Oh, he comes to the pitch and doesn't get there, and in the end is working that ball back with a square on the leg side as he played with the spin. Bat face ever closing, and he manages to clip back with a square on the leg side where he was looking to drive down to long on. Single more. 144 for 1, 155 to win. Middlesex dearly love to get on a run in this competition this year. And you look at the strength at the top of the order, Robson and Stoneman. Here's Harmer bowls, and Stoneman forward, drives this one down to long off, single taken. They did have Yadav last year, the Indian bowler, in this competition, as well as Roland Jones. And, yeah, they were disappointed to miss out last year on qualification, Middlesex. Finished joint third, but that run rate wasn't there. As his Harmer, sunglasses on, bowls, just rips that one down, and dabbed late by Robson for 4. Fine of the short third, and it's 4 more. Middlesex are 145 for 1. Robson moves to, in fact I think Robson's going to move to 14, so that'll be 149 for 1 that Middlesex are, and they are as such halfway there. So it's Harmer bowls, and forward goes Robson, pushes this one down to long on. That was what he was trying before. Even still on this one, he didn't quite get it as he wanted. That would have hit higher on the bat than he'd have liked, and there he goes, just making a little signal that popped on him slightly, or he wasn't quite to the pitch. There's the 150 up for Middlesex, and they've nudged past the halfway point of the chase. 150 for 1, 149 more to win, and Harmer around the wicket to Stoneman, who cuts him away to point. There's no run again. 21.4 overs to bring up the 150. We've got 28.2 more, or 0.1 more now. Score 149 as Harmer, last ball of the over, bowls, and Stoneman's forward. Tickles off the inside edge of the bat for a single through square leg. 151 for 1. Stoneman 75, Robson 15. And Middlesex should feel pretty much at ease and at peace out there at the moment.
Stephen says, well, Steve, he refers to himself as, firstly, thanks for your commentary, most enjoyable. Do you think the absence of so many first-team players to the 100 is a good thing for the development of the younger players?
Yes.
Yes, definitely. And I think it was barely...
Can't be a bad thing, can it?
It can't be a bad thing, no. And I mean, it was...
as much as we would like things to be different, because it still doesn't feel like things are right for cricket in this country.
Oh,
We've
God,
got
no.
for any one of a number of reasons.
Yes.
One major one of the major benefits of the 100 for this competition was that it was going to become a competition where you do get to see lots of young players who were brought through the county system.
I couldn't agree more.
And it's very enjoyable.
It is. I'm with you 100%. As that's just played defensively by Stoneman. It's Webster back into the attack, right arm round the wicket, employing his spin bowling option to the left-hander and seam to the right. Well, it was, but see what it's like, and that has gone over the. Must have bounced just the one part of the boundary that we can't see, just under the overhang of the Tom Pearce stand, and a splendid shot by Stoneman. Just got to the pitch, the ball stroked it well over extra cover, and it must have bounced once, or no, I doubt if it bounced twice, bounced once before it
See
crossed
the
the
replay,
line.
see how far the cameraman can see. No, it cuts off the replay.
As appeal for stumped, and it's not given. It's impossible for us to say. Well, it's not our job to say, it's down to the umpire, but we couldn't be in a worse position if we wanted to pass judgment, which I would never do.
Well, umpire Naeem Ashraf says not out. He was the umpire that upset Middlesex with that 6 call, wasn't he? That deep square when he overruled the fielder who said 4, and he said no, it was 6. Oh, I've never really seen planes circling, and there's 2 of them. One of them's headed off to, where does that come from? Is that Stansted, I guess?
Sorry, I was played out to an extra cover. An aeroplane, did you say?
2 of them. One of them's heading over the pavilion,
Oh,
one
yes,
of them's heading
probably.
over Hayes Close End.
Yeah, probably.
So what's that, Stansted? One's veered off, and the other one's...
Stansted's not far away, no.
They weren't far behind each other either. It's a quick flight.
No,
Take-off
and
time.
also, I think, as Webster now adopts his seam bowling approach, I think it's on the flight path to and from, where depending on the wind direction, to Heathrow as well.
There's another one, a third one's passed
Yeah.
across the top of them. I've never seen so many planes over Chelmsford. 3 of them in quick succession, all over the top of Chelmsford. I mean, obviously varying heights in the sky. That one's probably, as you say, a Gatwick or Heathrow that's
Yes,
heading high in the sky up above us. The other 2 are a fair bit lower.
as Webster bowls, and that's just met with a defensive bat, trickles out to mid-off.
Plane spotting brought to you from BBC Radio
Yes,
Essex and
that's
BBC
right.
Radio London.
I used to go plane spotting when I was a teenager.
Well, I'd imagine it was quite the novelty back then.
Well, yes.
Sorry.
I remember interviewing the Wright brothers. And all an edge for 4. It was well out of the reach of wicketkeeper Butterman. Had there been a first slip, then he'd have swallowed it, but there wasn't. So there's no good, ifs and ands and pots and pans and things. There wasn't a slip, so therefore it's 4 runs.
And Robson, of course, would say he wouldn't have played the shot if there was a slip there.
Exactly.
I mean, he would have, but he'd say he wouldn't have.
Yes, when I went plane spotting, we used to get on the train and go up to Heathrow.
Yeah. So you were the original big plane TV.
And in those days, the one terminal had an observation deck on the top, and you could just get in the lift or the stairs and go up to the top, and could spend a whole day there. It was wonderful.
His Harmer, he bowls, and forward goes Stoneman. He's in this one into the offside zone. And I just got a lovely hello from Ethan Bamber, who's the nicest man in the world. He just stuck his head around the window and said, "Oh, you are there, hello." Absolute nicest man in the world, Ethan Bamber. Stoneman awaits as Harmer's in. Bowls, and Stoneman plays this one high up on the bat, not a long way forward to it. Well, he was a long way forward to it, but nowhere near the pitch. He eases it into the offside once more.
Mill Hill School, you see, got the breeding.
Ah. Here's Harmer bowls, clipped backwards around the leg side. And no run, short fine leg there. He's a cracking lad, Ethan Bamber. And a great bowler for Middlesex. In his young years, he's really achieved an awful lot already. Reliable and crucial part of their seam attack as this ball's clipped by Stoneman. Out to deep square, they're thinking to, but just a single. Middlesex are 161 for 1. Stoneman moves to 81 from 76. Robson 19 from 12. Harmer sunglasses on, bowls, and this ball's driven to mid-off, quick single. And it's 162 for 1. We got distracted there. What were you going to tell me about going to Heathrow as a boy?
Well, yeah, we got distracted by the cricket, didn't we?
Nuisance thing it is.
No, I was just going to say that there was an observation deck on the whole of the top of the solitary terminal.
This ball's clipped to backward point by Stoneman, and there's no run. Dot ball. Well, it is a great fascination, especially as a child. You go and see
Yeah, oh yeah.
all the planes stacked up.
And we used to go in a group of us would get on the train in Southend or near Southend, and we'd take it in turns. One person would be looking at the aeroplanes with the binoculars, and the others would have their Ian Allen book ticking off the registration numbers, and if you saw some exotic aeroplane from a far distant land, then that was worth the trip on its own.
Yeah,
really.
absolutely. What do you reckon Paul Newton went spotting as a child?
Steam trains, as he still does. Has played very pleasantly. Fielded. Oh, there could be a run out here. Oh, it was superbly fielded. The backing up batsman was 2/3 of the way down the.
Well, he was nearly there as he
was
gave him a
ne-
tap
he
on the
was
back
near-
and said, "Oh,
nearly
get
there.
running."
There were almost two batsmen in the batting crease at the same time.
They're debating it now. Stoneman, to be fair, is the one that's apologised, but Robson, to some extent, was guilty of ball watching when.
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, when you're being dropped, you do have a tendency to follow the ball, don't you? But
Yeah, you do.
Stoneman was alongside him, said, "Get on with it, Sam." Stoneman thought about turning back for a minute, but Stoneman eventually went through with the run.
Yeah. As Webster round the wicket now, right arm off breaks or leg breaks to the left-handed Stoneman, pushes it out to mid wicket rather, for a single.
That skyline at the Hayes Close end looks amazing this evening, doesn't it? It almost looks as though an artist has sketched
Yes.
it with, what would it be, like pastels?
I think that's a mackerel sky, isn't it?
Is it a mackerel sky?
I think so.
Do we know why it's given that, or?
Why it's called a mackerel sky? I think it's because it allegedly looks a bit like the scales on a mackerel, I suppose.
Ah, there we go, yeah.
It's just played out into the covers, no addition to the score. But yes, you say a skyline. I think Skyline was, or was it Skyways, was also one of the posh hotels beside Heathrow Airport. We used to go in there afterwards. As that's just played out through the covers very pleasantly for a single.
And what did
Wow, undoubtedly. Well, no, it's not fair to say undoubtedly because all sides field well now to a man, but or to a woman in the women's version. But Aaron Beard is one of the very, very best. Not only fields it well, but he's got this rocket throw that the ball never gets very high and it comes thumping into the wicketkeeper's gloves. And that's just played out Stoneman for a single down to deepish extra cover.
Now hold on a minute, Dick. We've just reached the best bit of the story. So off you'd go on the train in the morning, spend the day at Heathrow, and then when the day was done, you little bunch of scallywags all went into the hotel to do what exactly?
Well, I can't really remember.
Honest, Your Honour.
We were too young to go into the bar.
Exactly. So where were you going?
I don't know. Perhaps we just had a coffee or a tea or.
Now Robson doesn't think that's carried. Appeal for an edge behind.
Yes. That's
Robson's saying it hasn't carried. Essex is saying it has, and well.
the man that counts is the umpire.
Now that ball's just been slammed into the ground in frustration by the bowler.
That
Bo Webster.
doesn't do him any good at all.
No, he's just thrown it into the ground. Now this is the same umpire. Now they're going to come together, are they? The umpires and have a chat. Again, he's not been afraid of making a decision today. Naeem Ashraf. That six was given, the stopping of the six was given as six by him, wasn't it? There was a stumping a moment ago that Essex were furious about, wasn't given. And now Robson saying, well, that didn't carry through to the keeper. Keeper's saying it did. And the umpire says from square leg, no, it didn't carry. Essex not happy. Middlesex in a very good position. Halfway stage reached in the chase. 25 gone. Middlesex 166 for one. They need 133 more
So
to
I'm
win.
just wondering if the discussion is not about the dismissal itself or lack of dismissal, but the reaction of the bowler, because
Well, indeed, when the umpires came together, I mean, they're coming together for drinks as well. Ashraf is going over to speak to somebody now. Who?
no, he's speaking to one of the auxiliary
subfielders.
people that came on.
Yeah.
Perhaps he's just having a drink.
He's asking them to get something for him. When you go back, can you get this for me, please?
But you can't have people behaving like that. Okay, it's
No, you
a
can't
spur
throw
of the
the ball.
moment. That's the powers that be go to a lot of trouble to try and stamp this sort of behaviour out.
Because we don't want to see it in the.
It was purely
In the parks of the
frustration.
weekend.
Yeah, no, you don't want to see it. It's not part of cricket.
Well, indeed, football's having to stamp things out from the top down, aren't they? That's a big
Yeah.
thing in football now. They've finally said, look, we cannot behave like this at the top level of the game because otherwise it's going to go all the way down to the Sunday
Exactly,
League.
that's
and
the whole.
and the referees.
That's the whole point. Yeah, and
The
people.
referees, so we
people
can't
in-
have it coming into cricket, let alone.
No, people on social media who'll try and defend it, saying, "Oh well, it's their living." Yeah, it is their living, but that's no
the
reason.
umpire's living as well.
That's all the more reason why they have to set the example.
Yeah.
On the one hand, they say that, and then they're trying to attract youngsters into the game, and their parents aren't going to want them to become part of a scene that involves, hurling balls on the ground or hurling abuse at each other. To be honest, it might sound like heresy. I thought the the Test series between England and Australia was on the verge of getting out of control. Really, I think I don't know if it's the Aussies bring out the worst in England or if it's the other way round. But it's always when England play Australia that it brings out certain lamentable sides of the personalities of players. In many respects, I prefer watching the New Zealand series. That's always played in a much better spirit.
Well, funnily enough, it was McCullum at the end of the Lord's Test who said, well, we won't be going for a beer with them anytime soon, if that's what you're asking, which I thought was a little...
churlish, I would say.
Nice bears. No comment. Ethan Bamber's spotted the commentary box bears. Where's Paul Newton? He's not here.
What? Oh no.
What are they called? Mascots. The commentary mascots.
Well, yeah, that's one word. That's not what we call them.
Are you allowed to broadcast what you do?
Oh, good Lord, no. It's usually preceded by an adjective, and it's not teddy bears either. Right, the cricket is continuing. They've had their break because that little contretemps coincided with the end of the 25th over, which was very handy.
Here goes Beard around the wicket from the Hayes close end. He bowls short, and this was hooked around the corner to long leg for a single. 167 for one. Pulls back. Who's he replacing? Is it you or me?
No, he's replacing me. I've been on for an hour. Probably seems longer to listeners. But I'll go at the end of this over.
Car alarm screeching somewhere around the ground here. It's well, I suppose it could be outside of the ground in the flats to one side.
Yeah.
In comes Beard. He bowls just short of a length. This is punched off the back foot to mid wicket. They have a single, and Robson, it felt as though he ran the first half of that single with a little bit too much relaxation.
Yeah, it's the odds are that if the car alarm is going on a 4x4 gas guzzler, massive great vehicle for somebody who picks up their children from school.
Here goes Beard around the wicket. He bowls, and this is cut away down to deep third for a single. 169 for one. It's that time of evening on a Friday night. I want to do more evening games with you, Dick. You're in the mood now, aren't you? This is your arrival in the pub time, isn't it?
That's right.
Set the world's
Good
to
Lord,
rights.
10 past 7, I'm 2
You're
hours
late.
late.
Beard turning, lengthy run up edge of the inner circle. He bowls now, and Robson runs him down to deep third for a single more. 170 for one. 129 more to win. It's a bit of a canter at the moment for Middlesex with these two. They've
Very
settled in
much so.
nicely, everything. In fact, to say a canter, Robson's 24 off 19. He's, by Robson standards, he's flying through this, isn't he? I didn't quite notice that his strike rate was so good. To begin the years, he does enjoy list day. He's always wanted to play T20 as well. It's never really happens for him. He's had the odd chance here and there to have a look in T20, but not to be. Beard back around the wicket, Stoneman, he bowls, and onto the legs it trickles away backwards around the leg side. A leg bye is taken. 171 for one. One ball to come of the over. 4 offered, and now the leg bye so far. 4 singles prior to the leg bye. Beard has gone for 25 off 2.5. Webster, number 26 off 4. He believes he should have had 2 in that time.
Yes, he does.
Leading to his frustration in the last over, which will probably get him a little bit of a reprimand.
It should do.
Beard bowls, goes for the Yorker, and it's dug out by Robson. Dug out well for a couple here, backward square on the leg side. Beard probably would have heard his exclamation there, but disappointment. Dug out for 2, the Yorker. Robson seeing it big, so Middlesex. Dick Davis is making way for Paul Newton alongside me. 173 for 1 is the score, so 6 off that over, plus 1 for the leg bye. Middlesex 173 for 1 and 126 to win. Robson 26, Stoneman 85. And Mr. Happy, as it says on his mug, sits back down next to me. And usually things in this box are a slant, but Mr. Happy of Paul Newton is not a slant at all.
Well, there's a heavy irony involved in it, I have to admit. But anyway, 173
I've
for
rarely
one.
seen you with anything other than a smile on your face.
Well,
so
yeah, it hides a litany of sadnesses. But anyway, here is Webster in his off-break style to the left-handed Stoneman. Bit of turn, but although a little bit of a play and a miss from Stoneman, it eventually passes 3 inches wide of off stump. 85 to Stoneman, 26 to Robson, and 173 for one on the board. This next ball is driven to long off. Single, Stoneman 86, score 174 for one. Target remains unmoved at 299.
So 50 partnership already. Robson 26, Stoneman 19, 48 deliveries, 29 minutes, and it almost feels though the ante's been up since these two came together.
Yeah.
It's his opening pair in the championship.
Yep, the result has looked inevitable for quite some time, but you never know. Webster's in and bowls, and this ball's played down to Pepper at mid-off, easily identifiable, if for no other reason than it hasn't got his name on his back, because he was released from London Spirit specially for this game. Scored 31, but in too much of a hurry in my book, and I say that because I think he's such a potentially terrific player who just gets out before he's really been able to affect the result in favour of the team he's playing for. That ball is played to backward point, and the ever enthusiastic Robin Das, another who needs to take it a little bit steadier. Score remaining at 174 for one. Nevertheless, a big improvement this on the early performances in this competition for Essex, with 3 or 4 of the youngsters at least getting some way towards a good innings, and Charlie Allison all the way with a very fine 70. And this ball is played out to him at in the covers, and there's no run. In fact, that's Harmer there, and the score is 174 for one. But Middlesex appear to have everything under control here, and only you feel a series of rather rash dismissals can get Essex back into the game. And this ball is played to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. In fact, it was Allison who did the earlier bit of fielding, because that's Harmer who's fielded that at short mid-wicket. So there we are, 174 for one. Not a bad over, actually. Kept things reasonably tight, and that's the very least Essex have to do, Kevin. You never know if they could sort of have 4 or 5 overs where the scoring was kept down to under a run a ball. That might just create a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? It's 5.4 they're required at the moment. As we were saying, I think Dick and I, when we came together, 1 wicket and it's up to 6, isn't it? Another wicket, it's up to 6.5. The required rate just creeps up a little, doesn't it? As you say,
Yeah.
a couple of wickets going that time. Runs are still there to be scored, and quick wickets can come a lot quicker than runs. As here's Beard around the wicket, bowls to Stoneman, who works a single to deep mid wicket, and it's 175 for one. Stoneman gets to 87.
But at that, Middlesex are 50 runs ahead of Duckworth Lewis, which suggests 125, and they're 175, and it does just show that as valiantly as Essex have fought, they haven't really, more than occasionally, looked like taking a wicket. It's been a little bit unlucky here and there, but Middlesex are well on top.
Beard bowls him! Off stumps, rocked back. And Stoneman's gone for 26, 175 for 2, Middlesex in the 28th. Is there a chance?
Well, Robson it is, not Stoneman who's gone.
My
for
apologies, Stoneman.
26, but even so, it's a good breakthrough. And I was just saying, Middlesex are well on top, but not, however, quite as well as they were 1 ball ago.
Well, I have to say I was thrown by the fact that you said that just as the ball was bowled.
Yeah, and he sort of got an inside edge into the stump there.
It'll probably make the highlights package, that one.
Yeah.
And Middlesex are right on top. He's bowled him! And thus began the end of Middlesex's chase for victory.
Well, I was listening to a ladies' game a couple of days ago, women's game, and one side, I can't remember the sides, but one side looked certain to win. You know, the 2 batsmen well set, wickets in hand, but 6 wickets went down in the blink of an eye and they lost.
I kind of hark back. I'm reminded slightly of the match at the Aegeus where Middlesex put a reasonable total on the board, or a little light, you know, to be a match-winning score. Hampshire got off to a really good start. All of a sudden, 100 out, Hampshire were 5 down and there were 2 new batters at the crease, which all the way through you'd still have said, well, if they throw this away, Hampshire, but actually 100 out, 5 wickets down, 2 new batters at the crease, you started to fancy Middlesex. But what happened? The heavens opened and Hampshire had a DLS victory. Now, as you just mentioned, the DLS, what was it, 125? It's just climbed to 137 with that wicket. One more, and all of a sudden, Middlesex. So two quick wickets, and things change very quickly.
They do. You're quite right. That's what I like about Duckworth Lewis.
Beers. He's around the wicket. He bowls, and Jack Davies is up on his toes to ease this one to backward point, and there's no run. Also, I was thrown by you saying it because I thought that's you trying to get the jinx again, and this time you've managed to do it.
Well, yes, it's nice to think. You've
played a small part.
Exactly. I mean, I'm all in favour of the changing of the bails. Stuart Broad working the oracle there. These superstitions can work sometimes.
Beard from the Hayes close end, he bowls, and that is edged, but a very thick edge, mostly along the floor. Fine at the backward point. Fielder for a single, 176 for 2.
Yeah, now, I think it's as well he did edge that from Jack Davis's point of view, because if he missed it, and he only just got the edge to it, I think he was fairly plumb there.
Ethan Bamber, by the way, was admiring your bears earlier. He said, very nice.
Oh, he seems a terrific champ. That's him, isn't it?
Nice
Who poked his head round.
He was indeed. He poked his head round to say nice bears as well.
Yes, he's clearly got a good sense of humour and enjoys life, which I think you should do. I really think you should do.
Beard bowls, and this ball's run away down to deep third. 177 for 2. Enjoy yourself while you're still in the pink, wasn't that the...
Well, exactly right, and the point would be, I know I can fully understand if you're a batsman and you can't buy a run. It's your living, and you're bound to be fretting away there.
But other than that...
But, yeah, try and go back to your origins and how much you enjoyed the game.
Yeah.
Because getting back your enjoyment can be half the battle.
Well, if you can remember the fun of the game...
Exactly.
Throughout the whole process... Beard, he's in, bowls, and this ball is driven away out to deep cover for a single by Davies, and he was 178 for 2. And again, the thing about cricket that's so easy to forget and perhaps difficult to conquer is it's a game of failure. You continually fail and then you get a century, or you fail and fail again. You don't go out and get a century every day. So have fun with the process of it all.
Yeah, and
if it was meant to be easy, it wouldn't be fun.
No, if you take the racing game, horse racing, which along with the cricket I've worked in for many, many years, don't do any more, but used to, and again, racing is a failure game. 12 runners, only 1 winner, and so the coverage just features on the winning trainer and jockey. There are 11 losing trainers and jockey that get conveniently forgotten. And even the great Tony McCoy, 20 times in a row he was champion jockey. Fantastic. We only won 1 in every 5 rides that he took out, and that's good going. Here's Wesley into the attack at the Hayes close end. Fine diving stop at short extra prevents a run there, and that is the inevitable Simon Harmer, who's so lithe in the field for a heavily built man. 178 for 2 remains the score. Wesley again. Balls, and that ball's cracked away, and that may, in fact, it will be cut off on the cover boundary. Good bit of fielding out there, but they're going to get back for 2, or are they? Yes, I think they are. They're appealing for a run out, but looked to me as if Stoneman had made his ground. He moves up to 90 and the score to 180 for 2. Benkenstein with the throw. Good bit of work on the boundary.
180 for 2. And 119 more to win. Well, it's what I mean about the Hampshire game. If you all of a sudden put 3 wickets on that board now, Middlesex would probably still just be in front.
But not by all that much, yes, as this ball is going to be 4 runs, swept away. It was a little bit too far, yes, it has gone for 4. A little bit too far pitched up by Tom Wesley and veering towards leg stump, 182 for 2.
Well, I was going to say, if you put 3 wickets on the board now, Middlesex would probably still be in front of the DLS, but especially if it was 2 new batters at the crease, with 100 to win, you'd put your money on Essex to win.
Well, I wouldn't actually, but nevertheless I take your point that it could yet develop into...
But, I mean, like I say, that was the way it was playing out at Hampshire, and then the rain fell, and Hampshire were just still in front.
Yeah, ball a bit slow there. 184 for 2. Appeal for LBW. It's going to be turned down. Score remaining 184 for 2. We're in the 29th over. Target 299.
Pressure of the chase, Paul, Chelmsford, the crowds here.
Well, if
Floodlights.
Stoneman got out now,
Yeah, exactly. If it's two new batters.
yep, he's lived a bit dangerously at times as he cracks the next ball for a single out to Benkenstein coming off the cover boundary. 185 for 2. And he goes to 80. Sorry, it's Jack Davis there, my mistake. And he moves up to 9. So Stoneman goes. When I say goes back to 88, it's only me who put him there. But this is the real Stoneman on strike now, and that's tossed up invitingly by Wesley, and shot not timed here to Robin Dass at backward point. The over ends, 29 gone, 185 for 2, another 114 needed in 21 overs, and yes, I mean, what I do like about Duckworth Lewis, and going back to when it first came in, is the way it takes into account how many wickets a side have lost. And it's very ingeniously worked out, and often a great guide. And you find it surprising at first that what appeared to be a side 30 runs in front, wicket goes down and they're only, say, 18 runs in front. But that's quite correct, you know, because nothing changes the aspect of a game more than a wicket going down.
Around the wicket comes Beard to Davies. He bowls and Davies defends. 2 backward points. There's no run. Davies has 9. Stoneman has 88. Middlesex 185 for 2. The plane passes overhead. I was saying to Dick, I've never seen so much traffic in the air over Heathrow, over Chelmsford as I have in the last, well, in this stint of commentary.
Yeah,
extraordinary number of planes this way, that way, everywhere. Beard turning again, Hayes close end. Bowls, and this is eased by Davies. 2 points. Stoneman has to quickly get back, so he'd come a fair old way down. Stansted clearly, but whether it's, what is it, Friday? City Airport would still be open at this time, wouldn't it? So a few will be coming out of the city.
Where I live, there is an airfield about 12 miles away.
I mean, the big fellas, there's so many of them today. I've never said
a lot of them, you know, are taking lessons, gliding lessons or whatever, you know, and they can be a pain in the neck, actually, disturbing the peace, like that motorbike you can hear in the background.
His Beard bowls, that's bumped back to him by Davies. There's no run. Well, you're lucky the car alarm's finished. It was pretty much on for the entire half an hour that Dick Davies and I did. Dick Davis. Jack Davies is batting out in the middle. Dick Davis and I did together.
Although he does actually spell his name with an E in it between the I and the S.
But it is Davis, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
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 Have we got to the bottom of why some are Davies and some are Davis? Even with
I don't think we should even start on that one.
Perhaps I'll leave that to you two when I hand over the mic in a little while. Here's Davies down to deep third, and a singles taken, 186 for 2. Oof, a nasty bounce on the keeper there, which...
Not the first time that's happened to him.
He's got a smile on his face.
Got one smack in the midriff earlier on and was doubled up for a moment or two.
Oh dear.
But 186 for 2, I should say. And Stoneman actually has gone a little bit quiet in recent overs.
Yeah, 88 from 87 now.
At one point, you know, he was almost up to 2 a ball.
Beard bowls, and this ball's clipped. Oh, beautifully. Just wide of mid-on. Mid-on does get his fingertips to it. That's Harmer, isn't it?
Yep.
Is it enough? Yes, it is. He's just going to...
Yeah, it's 4.
Oh, he's timed and he's flicked at it and it's just hit the rope. And it's 4 runs to Mark Stoneman. Well, I guess the loss of Robson has perhaps refocused his mind.
Yep.
To think, I'm going to be there for the winning runs, whether I'm at the non-striker's end or on strike, I'm going to be there at the end. Having got this far, why not?
And he's right to think that. Too many batsmen get out before they finish the job, and it's much harder for people coming in from the pavilion.
Well, that was what I was to say, you know, I mean, they're nearly at the 100 to win now, aren't they? 109, but 5 down with 100 to win.
Yes.
Pressure of the chase.
Oh, very much so.
Can do funny things. As his Beard, he bowls, and this is run down to deep third. Quite fine of the fielder, but it'll still just be a single. 191 for 2, 108 to win. Stoneman 93 now. Yeah, Middlesex capped him.
Yeah, it was a good first half of the over with 3 dot balls. And not a disastrous last 3 either, 1-4-1, but in the end Middlesex have right up with the asking rate with 6 runs off the over and 190 for 2. They've got 20 overs left to make 109, and what I said at the outset, that Essex would pretty much have to bowl Middlesex out to win, still stands. And they've probably not had the best of luck at times. There have been 1 or 2 moments where they might have picked up another wicket or 2. But there's 93 to Stoneman, 10 to Davies, and Wesley from the River End bowls, and this goes to backward point, fielded on the tumble by the immensely enthusiastic Robin Dass, and that prevents a run. 191 for 2.
Can he see at home though, the skipper?
Wesley's in, bowls to him. Chops this one straight to backward point. Dass once again.
I noticed here at the beginning of his innings, it appeared as though he had the bit between his teeth today.
You did? I remember you noting it to me.
Really,
yeah.
He looked as though, look, today's the day we need to get a win on the board. He's the skipper.
Yeah. No, he's set a fine example. Wesley bowls to him. Again steps away, again finds Robin Dass. And, it's getting a bit boring, this. The same thing happening every ball so far in this over.
Well, that's what they're trying to do to Middlesex, is bore them out here if they can.
Yeah.
Just bog down and get through a few quick overs.
Yeah. Grind them down. Wesley's in. Bowls, and this time, it's a fine bit of fielding, preventing what would just have been a single. It's that man Harmer again.
Well, we all felt in the middle innings, in the innings break, that the spin of Essex could be decisive here, and you do wonder whether Harmer against these 2 left-handers.
Wesley bowls, and the ball's chopped off the back foot, and it's as you were to Dass at backward point after that brief alternative where it was Harmer who did the fielding, preventing a run from the previous ball. That was straight to the fielder. 191 for 2. ...
He's on for a maiden.
Yeah, he could be up for a maiden here, I think, of the innings, certainly. Oh, and that's a fine delivery to finish as Stoneman plays and misses. Well bowled the skipper, and that is, in the context of the game, a fine achievement by Tom Wesley, whose praises we were singing earlier. He's having a terrific season, 3 championship hundreds with the bat, proving useful in one-day cricket with the ball, and a lot of his captaincy is very understated. A lot of people don't notice his captaincy, which is actually a sign of a good captain, and he's been inspired at times. So well done to him. 80 with the bat today, but that was a maiden. 191 for 2, and now 108 are needed in 19 overs.
First maiden of the innings, you're correct. Davies bowled 1, De Carey's bowled 1 for Middlesex, and so too did Holman. Here is Beard, right arm around the wicket. He bowls now and he's clipped out to deep mid wicket for 4. Now Beard's going at 7.4 and over. This is his 6th over, 1 for 41 now. Stoneman moves to 97. It's going to look to the figures of the other Essex bowlers.
Yeah.
And most personally Harmer, who's going at 5.6, none for 41 of 7 overs. Those 21 deliveries that he still has up his sleeve. There's 2 left-handers out there. For me, it's now or never.
Yes.
Harmer needs to come on
Good
at the
point.
other end and see if he can cause a problem. As Beard is around the wicket, he bowls, and Stoneman plays that as a Davies plays that as a pops on him slightly. I've given that 4 to Stoneman. It was Davies. Stoneman remains on 93.
We all do it.
Yes.
And I did it only about 2 minutes ago.
Well, they've actually got quite a similar style
Yes.
about them.
Yep.
Not particularly noticed until now. Mannerisms are quite similar as
Yeah.
well, it seems.
But no, you're right.
They're fidgets, the pair of them. They're fidgets, aren't they? Look, I'm watching them now at either end. I was fidgeting with something.
I fear the quicker bowlers have not had the best of days here. It's not really their scene, this pitch.
Beard's around the wicket, he bowls. Short, that's gone as well. 4 more, just fine of deep square. It wasn't far from going for 6, that one. A flat 6 from Davies. And, this is an over that Essex may well regret. I think the time has got to come very quickly to get Harmer back on against these 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lost cause anyway, and I've felt that from the work. I have emphasised myself all afternoon that with comments like, even if Essex lose the game, they've still played a lot better than in the very early games, and I stick to that. They have played a lot better.
Beard's around the wicket, he bowls, and this is uppercut down to deep third, a single, fine of the fielder. they were thinking to, but there's just one there. Even Nijar's still got 4 overs to come, 1 for 30 from his 6 so far. I've got to get him back in for me, and quickly. And at the moment, Wesley's doing a fine job. Sahama first, but then Nijar's got to come thereafter. It's 200 up for Middlesex. 2/3 of the way there.
Yep.
For the cost of 2 wickets.
And that's the big difference between the sides. At this point, Essex, who, even recovering somewhat, were 5 down.
Beard to Stoneman, the Yorkers dug out to point, and there's no run.
And another big difference, the Middlesex batsmen, of course, from time to time they've hit the ball in the air, but it's not as if they're forever hitting it in the air, you know. They look when they hit it in the air as if they've seen where the fielders are.
Yeah.
And Essex, not particularly badly today, apart from the openers, but generally this season do tend to look as if they just hit it without looking where the fielders are.
This ball's wide down the leg side from Beard to Stoneman.
Yeah, poor
Still
delivery.
1 to come of the over, so that's the 10th run conceded in this over, and again, it's an over that they couldn't really afford at this stage, Essex. They needed, off the back of Wesley's maiden, 10 have followed off the next over.
I'd rather see him, I know you were saying it's in vogue now for bowlers to come round the wicket to left-handers, I'd rather see him slant the ball across the left-hander.
Here he comes, skiddy bowler, not the tallest of stature, he bowls, and that's pretty much the reason why you said that. Oh, has he gone? He has, long legs there, he's taken the catch, Stoneman's gone for 93. And he's just looked to help it on its way to the short boundary. And Stoneman, much like yourself, Paul, I think would have been thinking around the wicket. There's a short boundary on the leg side. I'm going for it. But this one, after 93 fabulous runs and 96 fabulous deliveries that he's faced out there, the 97th goes down the throat of long leg. There'll be no century for the Middlesex captain. He won't be there to see the winning runs. But boy, oh boy, has he given Middlesex as good a start as you could really imagine. It's a fine catch by the looks of it. We're just seeing it on the replay. It disappeared out of our sight.
Porter.
Porter takes the catch. Middlesex 201 for 3, and 98 more to win as Davies has 19, and he'll be joined by Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, interesting to see Benkenstein run about 50 extra yards there to give congratulations to Stoneman for his innings, and I wonder if the two of them have played together in some competition at some point. It was as though they're former colleagues in a different context. Anyway, Ryan Higgins won't exactly cheer. The sight of him coming out won't exactly cheer Essex up, because they know he's a terrific hitter of a cricket ball, and well, I think Essex have to remove him almost instantly, and if they did, then you would say, well, the door's just a little bit ajar with nearly 100 runs still needed. But if he gets going, and we saw how well he played in the T20 game here, Kevin, and that's, I mean, Essex have experience of what a great hitter of a cricket ball he is in his days with Gloucestershire. Of course, he began with Middlesex, went to Gloucester, he's now come back home again. Terrific cricketer. Aaron Nijar replacing Tom Wesley at the River End.
Well, he's got a right-hander to bowl to now, Nijar. And as I say, for me, it's spin from here to the end. Well, from here to the end, but from here for a considerable period. The run rate's 5.5. You know, there's still runs to be had. A couple of quick wickets now.
Nijar to bowl to Jack Davies, who's played this one to mid-wicket, Bo Webster, and they think of a single, but think better of it. Actually, it was a pretty wild throw, and they probably got away with the run, but it's not to matter. They don't need to take risks of that sort.
I feel our timing's off, and we're changing at something like 10 and 40 past.
It is, yes.
Okay, good. I haven't
Yeah,
overstayed
no, you're
my
spot
welcome.
on with that.
Well, I have, but not in
Yeah.
terms of the commentary.
Nijar's in bowls, and this ball's hit down the ground for a single by Davies, who moves along to 20. Played well, actually, Davies, since he came in. 202 for 3.
It's only taken me 32 overs to figure out the second innings rota, Paul.
Yeah, well, we were obliged to it, really, you know, by the half-hour break between innings.
Indeed. Indeed. So I can see where our mackerel sky has gone, as it was described by
Yeah,
Dick Davies.
I wouldn't swallow that one. I think it was a bit of a fishy remark to me. As Nidjar is in, bowls around the wicket, and unavailing dive by Bo Webster in the covers. Goes out to deep cover, and Aaron Beard, and they get the single.
Difficult to digest Dick's description.
Yeah, 203 for 3, yes. Well, I make no bones about it. But, here is Nidjar to bowl to Davies. Back on his stumps there, decent delivery, hurried him slightly, but well played.
A couple more wickets here, and Middlesex could really be filleted in the latter stages of this innings.
Yes, we like a fillet here at Chelmsford. And Nidjar again. Bowls. Davies reverse sweeps, 4 runs, got it nicely. And there's a man in backward point, but he'd no hope of getting that, and scored to 207 for 3 and 24 to Davies.
No two doubts, no two ways about it though, that dismissal of Stoneman, it was certainly the catch of the day.
Very good, very good.
Shall I stop?
Still trawling around for puns. Nidjar's in and bowls, and this one is steered into the offside for a single. And the over ends, and 204 for 3 means that another 95 are needed, and there are 17 overs remaining, 33 gone.
Mercifully for listeners, there's only 2 minutes left of this before I depart for Dick Davies. But we'll try our darndest in the next 2 minutes.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
We'll cast our net far and wide for as many puns as we can find.
We will eventually we'll haul ourselves away from such frippery. And
David Jackman's got one at the back of the box, but I can't hear him. He's scribbling about something as well.
yeah, it'll pass it down to us. He never lets a chance go, does David. Simon Harmer, you've got your wish.
Well, they're a little late, aren't they,
Yeah.
with Harmer? He's around the wicket from the Hayes close end, and he bowls to Davies, and this is an opportunity against Davies now, the left-hander. He's got an over against him now. What can he do?
Yes, I think if Essex were going to win this game, you remember that over where he beat Stoneman 3 times in 1 over? One of those had to produce Stoneman's wicket, I think.
There's, Davies digging this back out to Harmer. There's no run.
Yes, Stoneman's, without doubt, he's played the lead hand here, nearly got 100.
Harmer bowls. This is cut hard by Davies. Single out to deep point. 3rd ball of the over, so 3 to come as Higgins comes on to strike. And well, he's either got the left-hander or the new batter to bowl at, so it's a double win really for Harmer at the moment. But particularly against Davies, I'm sure he'd be thinking if he could get Davies, who's 26 from 24, then
Playing well.
2 new batters at the
Where's he come from, Davies? I've not seen him before.
Middlesex through the ranks.
Right, well, that's good. He looks a very decent prospect.
He does. This ball's turned by Higgins for a single just fine on mid-wickets. He moves to 2. Yeah, he's an former England under-19.
Yeah.
And I think he's an excellent... I like him.
Tell you what I like about him, he's come in here and he's prepared to take over the role of main run scorer here.
Here's Harmer, and this is driven, and it gets through the mid-on. Tumbling stop attempted by the skipper Wesley. He did get enough on it to hold them to 2 though, and Harmer has his hands on his hips. To be fair, Harmer looks a bit cross about that, but what does it cost them?
2.
Was it 2?
I think they got 2 and it
Yeah,
would
they
have been
got 2.
4. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and yeah, Harmer bowls. A reverse sweep from Higgins. That's an outstanding shot for 4. Ushered away fine of the short third, and 4 more. It's 215 for 3, which also signals the end of me. But yeah, I mean, I felt he was a little harsher on Wesley because it was always going to be a single. It cost 2, but it could easily have cost 4. So
Standards they demand of each other
Well, it's
these
true.
days are unbelievable.
it's true, and I suppose you set those standards because you're trying to win the game, don't you?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Anyway, on that note, with no more punnery from me, a few words from
Don't
Courtney.
worry, I'll keep the tradition
Good man.
going.
It'll be Dick Davies.
Thanks very much, Kevin Hand, BBC Radio London, Paul Newton and Dick Davis. Together now for BBC Essex, although we hopefully tell the tale accurately no matter which side we purport to support. And 4 runs here, another reverse sweep, and more evidence that young Jack Davis really is quite a talent, and good news for Middlesex to be sure, having come through their womb as it were, because as I say, playing with great assurance here, playing with a maturity that would suggest, you know, he's had a lot more experience than he has. And Dick has once again manhandled poor old Chuffy, the lead bear here, out of his way as they go through for a single from the next ball. Chuffy being the lead bear, 220 for 3 on the board. And Nijar is bowling from the river end, this time to Ryan Higgins. Robin Das at shortish mid-wicket. Nijar's in, target 299, remember, and I just had a feeling that Higgins wouldn't be long before he hit the ball into the Tom Pearce stand for 6. I've seen him do it several times before. 226 for 3, and Higgins, you know, it's almost as if one of those occasions where the bowler says, "Oh, nice to see you play yourself in, Ryan," and he's just come straight in and whacked that one effortlessly away into the balcony away to our right. 12 to him now. And he's taken on the pad here. It did look well worth a shout. Now the batsman was well forward, but it looked pretty straight. 226 for 3. The only thing that really matters is it's not out. Nijar in again. Bowls to Higgins. And he's hit this one in the air, but safely, and that's 4. One bounce, went over mid-wicket. And the man wasn't that far away running along the mid-wicket boundary, but 5 yards away from being able to make it into a catch. 230 for 3, and Middlesex appear to be accelerating towards their target of 299. Nijar again, down he comes, 6. For anybody's money, that's bound for the river. And that makes it 236 for 3. And Higgins, who looks as if he's on a one-man mission, Dick, to win this game now for Middlesex, has rocketed along already onto, I think it's 22.
Yes, he looks like a man in a hurry.
He does.
And the end of the over gives us an opportunity to read an email we've had from the Grumbler.
Grumbler!
Hope all is well, considering. It's looking unlikely that Essex will qualify in the Metro Cup, so I'm looking ahead to the Championship. The big question is the overseas player Essex signed as a replacement for Doug Bracewell. Could Bo Webster fit the bill? I think he's a good enough batsman, but Essex need a stronger bowler to fill the hole left by Bracewell, and indeed Will Sutherland. What are your thoughts? Well, I think personally there's enough talent within the Essex setup, personally, as Harmer moves in and bowls, and he's bowled him. And just pushing forward there was my namesake, Davies, and the off stump looks a little bit awry, and I've said it, Paul said it, it's a statement of the obvious really. As an off-break bowler, then Harmer loves bowling to the left-handers. So, Essex take their 4th wicket, and Middlesex are 236 for 4.
Yeah, good young player to be sure, Davis there. I like the way he played. Out for 32, Simon Harmer gets another wicket, 236 for 4. Further 63 needed for victory. Wouldn't appear to be any problem over time because there are another 14 overs left after this, and Harmer only has one further over after this to bowl, though he's got 5 deliveries of this over remaining. Yeah, taking the Grumbler's point, I agree with the point you were just making, Dick. I don't actually think Bracewell made much of an impact for Essex. He had a good game that you saw him play up at Blackpool, where he got 61 not out and 3 wickets. But by and large, I felt he was disappointing, and not his fault, but I felt his arrival unbalanced the side.
Oh, very much.
Because we suddenly played 5 bowlers, when I think we only need 4 if you've got Simon Harmer, because you know, he can bowl 30 overs off his own bat every innings, and it's noticeable that the good run of Essex has commenced from the very moment they've gone back to playing 4 bowlers and 6 batsmen. So I agree with you. I don't think they actually need another bowler to replace him. If you've got Porter, Sam Cook, and one other, admittedly Shane Snape, I'm not sure will be able to play again this season, but they've got other bowlers they can bring in, like Ben Allison.
And Beard,
yep. And of course Simon Harmer's like having, well, I was going to say 2 players, but more like 3 or 4 actually. The man is so extraordinary.
Yeah. So, John Simpson, the keeper, comes to the crease and he immediately gets off the mark, pushing the ball out to long off for a single, long on rather, just to the right hand side as we look at it of the bowler's wickets.
Yeah, Wesley herring round the boundary there to prevent the 4. It was well-timed shot. Here's the man who has to be the danger man for Essex now, Ryan Higgins.
On 22 off 7 deliveries. And he comes down the wicket. It comes down almost too far and almost yorks himself, but manages to push it out to long on for a single.
That was the extra quality you get with Simon Harmer. Against the other spinners, he probably would have hit that for 6, which is what he was hoping to do, but he had to adjust the shot and just make sure he didn't get yorked.
Yeah, or miss it altogether and get stumped, as that's just played defensively by Simpson. As a seabird goes by, we're not going to go down the seagull discussion. A seabird goes by as that's played out in the offside. Played into the covers. No addition to the score. A further 61 needed in 14 overs. You wouldn't think that would push the men from HQ too much. There's another one out to deep extra cover, fielded by the very impressive Aaron Beard. Well, impressive in the field. Well, impressive cricketer really, because he bowls well. He's got 2 of the wickets, and he bats with great force down towards the lower echelons of the innings. Indeed, he's got 100 for the seconds, if not more than 1. But yeah, good, useful cricketer, and I'm very impressed with his, not just his fielding itself, but the things I said earlier, his throwing is. He's got a very powerful arm. He's not a big fella.
No, he's very agile though, you know. He can sort of make a diving stop flat out near the boundary and come up with the ball and zing it into the wicket keeper. We're going to see Bo Webster return to the attack from the River End. 239 for 4 on the board means 60 more are needed. Still 14 overs left to be bowled, so Essex do, the equation remains the same. They've got to bowl Middlesex out really to win this game, but they've stuck at the task well when things weren't looking good. I think they deserve at least 8 out of 10 for their overall performance, particularly in relation to how they'd started in this competition. This is swept down and nicely fielded on the edge of the circle there at fine leg to prevent a run by Porter, and the score is 239 for 4 as this next delivery is cracked away towards the mid-wicket boundary, and the ball has gone for 4, and the score to 243 for 4. And that was a nice pick-up by John Simpson, who's no slouch with the bat himself. We're saying Higgins a danger man, but both these batsmen are well attuned to the demands of white ball cricket. And so just another 56 needed. Webster bowling his off breaks to the left-hander has cracked this one away toward the cover boundary. It's only going to be the single as Benkenstein fields, and the score to 244 for 4.
Trevor emails saying he's surprised that Luke Benkenstein hasn't had a bowl. Talented leggy, he says.
Yeah, actually, I'm glad you mentioned that point, Trevor, because I've forgotten he was here, and I mean, he got I think it was a 6-wicket haul in one of these games last year, so I find it very strange that he hasn't had a bowl at all, particularly as this has been a pretty good game for spinners.
It has.
Yeah, I'd have thought, you know, about 100 runs ago we should have seen him. And okay, maybe he comes on and has 2 expensive overs, so you take him off again. But what's wrong with trying him? As Webster's in, bowls, and this ball is pushed away. Pepper's chasing it. He's going to do well to pull it up inside the boundary, which he will do. They've taken 2, they want a third, they won't get it. Good work by Pepper. 246 for 4. Michael Pepper playing in this game because he was released for the match specifically from London Spirit in the 100 competition. Webster, with his medium pace when he's bowling to the right-handed batsman, bowls, and it's hit firmly to mid-off, and batsman backing up wants a single there, but it's not there. And so Higgins is the man on strike. Simpson was the man at the non-striker's end there. Higgins on a rumbustious 25 not out off just 10 deliveries.
Pepper doing the fielding in an anonymous shirt.
As this next one's dug in short and has bowled him.
Oh, very
Goodness
much
me,
so.
now we can't say it was a great delivery, and yet having said that, you've got to give him
Well.
some credit for the fact it was a sort of half tracker, and it didn't get up as much as Higgins thought, and he's played around it and been bowled, and well done to Webster there. And quite honestly, handsome is as handsome does. If it comes off, don't knock it. 246 for 5, and the door is teasingly just fractionally ajar here from an Essex point of view, Dick, because 53 are still needed.
Yes, it is. I wouldn't put it any stronger than that. No, fractionally ajar with, well, De Carey's, Holman, Anderson and Bamber to come. It's, it's interesting. And of those, it's De Carey, no, it's 56. Luke Holman just coming to the crease.
And, you know, Essex, for just about the first time in this innings, have actually got 2 new batsmen to the crease. Of course, it's second time because the 2 openers came out.
Well,
and,
yes.
as always, we didn't know what I mean. And
Yes, I do.
it's, you know, as I say, fair play to Essex. I'm impressed with the way they improved their batting despite still losing too many wickets in the power play. And I like the way they've stuck at it in the field when not much seemed to be going their way.
Yes, that was the end of the over, so Harmer will be bowling to Simpson
And this will be his last over.
with 7 to Simpson's name. Moves in down. Oh, and that beat the outside edge as well. And Essex have got a slip in now. They've got Bo Webster at slip.
Good captaincy, because you've got to take
They've
wickets.
got to take wickets now. They only need, 4.1 and over, which is no problem at all. As Harmer moves in, bowls. And that's just nudged down backward of square, and they go through for a single. They think about a second, and there's a run out. Oh, what are you doing, Middlesex? And, well, that was, they went for the 1, and there was never a second there, but for some reason, Holman, who has yet to face a delivery, thought there was, and he's run out without facing, and well, just looking at the replay. Oh, yeah, of course the replay doesn't show what the batsmen were doing, it shows what the fielders are doing.
It was a good half stop by Das,
Yeah.
and the ball spilt out. It couldn't quite see who the fielder was, who raced round behind Das and got a very good one bounce throw to the keeper, and he was run out by several yards.
I'm pretty sure it was that man Beard again.
Yeah, well, it was good work, and well, hope springs eternal. 246 for 6, and a game that only a few minutes ago looked certainly Middlesex's, and they'd still have to be favourites, but nothing like as strong a favourites as they were, as is evident from the fact, and I'll give you the fact in a moment, that the board's just switched off. No, it's run out in fact by Charlie Allison.
Allison and Buttleman, yes.
What a game Allison has had.
Yes, isn't he?
And yeah, the Duckworth-Lewis now suggests Middlesex ought to be 226. Now, they were 50 runs to the good, you know, about half an hour ago. It's come down to 20 with this rash of wickets. And although Harmer doesn't get the wicket there, it's in his bowling that the run out has come, but he is in the last over he can bowl.
And he has 4 more deliveries. As Harmer now moves in from the far end, the Hayes close end, moves in now and bowls. An appeal for LBW doesn't meet with the umpire's approval. And the crowd, 90% of whom are in, of course, they consider themselves to be in a far better position than the umpire, expressed their view that it was out. Well, they're wrong. You look in tomorrow's paper. As Harmer moves in and bowls. And that's nudged down for 4. It's the third man. Yeah. It just evaded Jamie Porter, who's brought off a brilliant catch earlier on in the proceedings, but couldn't quite get to that.
250 for 6, 49 needed.
6, 49 needed with 4 wickets in hand. And it's wickets that count. If they're still there, they will get the runs undoubtedly. And that's just played defensively, in fact almost cautiously, not just defensively but almost suspiciously.
I think we've got a hold up on the scoreboard now. They haven't registered the 4 and they've still got Holman out there.
Yes. Have a look online instead.
Just let me, if I may, just borrow the scorecard 1 tick.
Of course.
It's Josh de Carey's who's come in.
It has indeed. As he plays that out on the onside, no addition to the score. So the end of an eventful over sees Essex strengthen their position, although Middlesex are still the favourites. And yeah, so the scoreboard flashes up that Holman was run out for a duck, but doesn't seem to recognise that against the batsmen's names on the board.
Yes, they've frozen. It's stuck back. They haven't added that 4 on.
5-1.
No.
It's
5-1.
251, thank you to our scorer David Jackman. 251 for 6, 48 more needed. Here's Webster continuing to bowl off breaks to the left-hander, and he'll bowl medium pace to the right-hander. At the moment it's John Simpson, the left-hander, on strike, and bowling therefore Webster to Simpson, who's crashed this ball away into the mid-wicket boundary for 4, and that was just short enough for him to latch onto it. 255 for 6. Simpson up to 11. Holman ran that, not Holman, de Carey's ran that ball in the previous over down to the third man boundary for 4, so he's got 4, and Simpson 11. Webster bowls again to Simpson, cracks it off the back foot, man on the point or cover boundary or nearly on it, and Benkenstein keeps it down to a single. 256 for 6. Simpson to 12. Webster now reverting to his longer run up to bowl medium pace to the right-hander, Josh de Carey's, who had such a bearing on the early part of this match. 3 wickets in the power play. Now faces Webster. Bowls, and he's deflected this straight to Robin Das at backward point. There's no run. 256 for 6, and now the board is back working again with 4 to Carey's, 13 to Simpson. I did him out of a run. 256 for 6. There's all the time in the world for Middlesex to get these runs. The only way Essex can win it is to take 4 more wickets, or very nearly 4 anyway, as here is the next delivery. They're going for a quick single here as de Carey's plays it just past the despairing lunge of the bowler. Single, 257 for 6. De Carey's up to 5.
Richard points out that Luke Benkenstein has only very recently come back from a stress fracture in his back, and the club are probably not going to bowl him just yet, for far too young to be risking a chronic issue.
Yeah, there had to be a good reason. Thank you very much for that, Richard. Out! No, it's a bump ball. The ball was played up into Harmer's hands in the covers, but it's a bump ball, which briefly fooled me there, but I could see immediately that the batsman had no intention of leaving the arena, he being John Simpson, on 13. 5 to Josh de Carey's, 257 for 6, 42 more needed. For the record, we have had 39 overs, but 11 overs to get 42, unless we sort of got down to a situation where there was only 1 or 2 wickets left. Middlesex would consider they've got plenty of time to make the runs.
Oh yes. Keith in Little Clacton on the Tendring Peninsula endorses the comment about Benkenstein's stress fracture of his back, so thank you very much, Keith.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have bowled but for that injury that we didn't know about. And I suppose it's probably true to say that he'd have been in the 50 over side in the first place if if he were fit enough, because he's a good young player and made some useful runs today. Jamie Porter returns to the attack.
From the Hayes close end, with the floodlights on and needed, as it's just beginning to show signs of darkness. Well, not darkness, but twilight. What is it, just gone 8 o'clock?
Yeah, the old Knights are drawing in with a bit of a vengeance now.
Oh, good Lord, yes. Soon be Christmas.
No time like the present, as they say.
There's Porter. Moves in, arms akimbo as usual, bowls. Nudged down, well, trying to nudge it down to third man, but only nudged it down to backward point where it's fielded. And no runner cruise.
Webster now disappearing to the third man boundary, and Das coming up inside the circle at backward point.
And Carey's pacing up and down like the metaphorical cage lion. As Porter moves in, bowls and bowled him, off stump, knocked askew. And well, Essex is making a big impact on this, albeit the first wicket didn't fall till 124, but boy, they're coming back with a vengeance. And the visitors are 257, that is, thank you, 257 for 7.
Well, what this shows actually, and I'm well aware of the fact that we all thought Middlesex were speeding towards an inevitable victory, but we did make the point at the same time that once wickets start to fall, anything can happen. And I'm thinking back, Dick, there have been several examples of this recently. Think of the Test match. Australia, 3 down, apparently cruising towards the target, and then 1 wicket goes and another 3 go in the next 3 overs.
Oh, yes.
And here, the key wicket that has gone is Stoneman for 93. He almost hit the ball well enough for it to go for 6, but a fine catch on the boundary by Jamie Porter at long leg got him out, and since then Middlesex have gone into quite a sharp decline, and what happens is that batsmen coming in from the cold are in nothing like as good a touch as a man who's been out there and seeing it large.
No, the last 4 wickets went at 236, 245, 246, 257, so that's 4 wickets while adding 21 runs.
And Martin Anderson to the crease now, and it's a very much closer match than it looked like being at this stage, with the Duckworth loose now saying Middlesex ought to be 248.
So they're not much ahead.
No, single figures ahead now.
Another right-handed batsman is Anderson. Porter moves in and bowls to him, comes down the wicket and just plays it out in the onside.
And I tell you what's really pleasing about this, Dick, there's a cracking good crowd in here.
Yes.
For a 50 overs game, and they're seeing, regardless of who wins in the end, they're seeing a really gripping finale to a fine match.
Yep, they are, couldn't agree more. Yep, they may have, 1 or 2 of them, it's not quite as well occupied as it was. A few of them went off maybe when Middlesex were well over 100 before they lost their first wicket, but they should have hung around unless they got something more important to do on Friday evening. That's guided down to fine leg, or long leg rather, for a single. And so the key man now really is John Simpson, who's there 13 not out of as many deliveries, or as few deliveries, depending which way you look at it.
Yeah, he's been a little, by his standards, subdued so far, but partly I think because at one point he had Ryan Higgins at the other end who was doing most of the hitting, but also because he's had to adjust his game as wickets have fallen very regularly at the other end.
Yes, they have indeed. As Porter moves in round the wicket now to the left-handed Simpson, who plays that pleasantly out into the covers for 1 run.
Beard, with his usual good work, descends on it and fine 1 bounce return over the bails. 257 for 7 in 40 overs. And Anderson yet to get off the mark. Simpson has 13. Actually, I think the board might just have frozen again. Just ask David Jackman if it is still correct up there.
259.
Yep, 259 for 7. 40 overs gone. Still 42 needed for a Middlesex victory. 10 overs remain. Bo Webster will continue, I think, chiefly because the tactic of having an off-break bowler bowling to a left-hander has helped to get Essex back into the game. So Webster in, bowls, and this ball a single, down to long on. Michael Pepper, and scored to 260 for 7, and Simpson moves up to 15.
So, yeah, irrespective of what happens in the next, I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour or so, this will put Essex in good spirits for them to welcome Yorkshire on Sunday and then go up to Leicester on Tuesday. Leicestershire, anyway, not Leicester itself.
As Webster's in, bowling his quicker stuff to the right-handed Martin Anderson, who's well built, looks well capable of hitting the ball a long way when he gets his eye in, but this goes straight to mid-wicket and Simon Harmer, and the score remaining at 260 for 7. Middlesex now having to be mindful that once you get 8 down, the nerves tend to set in, if they haven't already. It's
Well, yes.
Webster's in again to bowl to Anderson, and again the repeat, turns straight to Simon Harmer at mid-wicket, pretends to shy at the stumps, but he can see the batsman hasn't left his ground. Score still 260 for 7.
So from the Middlesex point of view, they need more or less 4 over still, 4.1. They've only really got to push it around. They haven't got to do anything silly.
Webster to Anderson, strokes this ball without timing to short extra. There'll be no run there in the Jar Fields, and I think it's probably a good moment to bring Kevin Ham back at the end of this over, and he will join Dick Davis. Paul Newton about to sign off. Probably the game will be over before I'm due back, as here's Webster in, bowls, and ball's cracked down the ground, but again there won't be a run as Wesley fields, and that's a good delivery from Webster there to keep it down. He's only conceded a single off the first ball in the 5 he's bowled in this over. 1 ball left of the over.
Yeah, Webster from Hobart, a suburb presumably of Hobart called Snug, which is rather a nice sounding
Tis.
place. Used to be, pubs used to have snug bars.
Indeed. Here he is, bowling. Anderson places into the offside. They take a quick single, which may not be in Middlesex's overall interest, in that it's Anderson who keeps the bowling and rather than Simpson, who's thus deprived of it. So 9 overs to go. 38 more needed, 38 more needed, apologies, 38 more needed. Target 299. Middlesex with Simpson on 15 and Anderson on 2, a 261 for 7 in 40 overs.
Yeah, thanks Paul, very much indeed. And so Kevin and I will have the pleasure of describing the last, well, maximum of 9 overs. I doubt it'll go 9 overs, maybe half a dozen of them. And yeah, it's interesting. Middlesex are still the favourites, but not by anywhere near as much as they were, as Porter moves in from the far end. Bowls, the batsman advances on him and gets a single, just pushing it out onto the onside, the batsman being Anderson, tall man, and came down the wicket, got to the pitch fit, played it out into the covers. So the 2 batsmen have a bit of a conflab.
Oh, they got the T20 sound effects out tonight. Just heard that for the first time, the trumpet.
Friday night in Chelmsford.
Hey, good on them. No, this is a brilliant. I mean, what a day this has been.
Yes.
And it's developing to an... What?
No, it's just, that is the opening. As you know, my other hobby is musical theatre. That's just played out in the offside. And
And that's the opening line of...
what a day it has been. What a rare mood I'm in, why it's almost like being in love.
Well, working with you and Paul, I mean, I have to say it's as close as it comes.
It's almost like being in love.
Yes.
Well, I doubt that.
I mean, love hate, but
Yes, exactly. That's,
an illuminated seagull swoops past underneath the floodlights.
oh, don't say seagull.
Heron gull,
The emails will flock in saying there's no such thing as a seagull.
heron gull.
Well, maybe it was a herring gull, maybe common gull, who knows. I
An illuminated gull.
always defend the word seagull, saying that
Anthony Gibson sets us right on that as well, doesn't he? If we say seagull, it's a
Yeah.
heron gull.
it might not be though, that's the whole point.
It's a gull, it's white,
It's a gull, it's
and
white.
it's illuminated by the floodlights as it swoops underneath them. Oh, I've just looked at the
Yeah.
floodlights, that was a big mistake. Can't see a thing now, they're bright.
As Porter moves in, bowls, and that's just played defensively, trickled down the onside or the offside rather. And for the 28 years I've been having the pleasure of doing this, I've repeatedly said that body language, you can read the body language of the fielding side, and Essex understandably, were very much either literally or metaphorically heads down, and now, they're really on the qui vive, on the alert, and they're all thinking, crikey, we could win this one. As Porter moves in and bowls, and that's just played with considerable authority by Anderson.
Well, it's an outstanding game of cricket. I mean,
It is.
Middlesex are far less depleted than Essex, but even still, we're seeing a good Essex side here. Give Middlesex I mean, again, it was the spin for me. Harmer, they were late, and actually, to the benefit of Middlesex, they were late getting Harmer back for me.
Yes.
Had they got him back earlier into the attack to bowl those 3 overs, then who knows?
As Porter moves in, bowls, and that's just worked away on the onside, another dot ball, and we're going to see the best part of 600 runs scored. So yeah, that's value for money. From
Yeah,
them.
and nearly 20 wickets.
Well, yes.
How many
quite.
down were Essex in the end?
9.
9. There we go.
Oh, the Bears are departing.
Oh, they've seen enough.
The Bears.
Is it? Does this? Oh no, they're being repositioned.
Ah,
Is this to bring luck or
So they can see it better.
so you can see better? There we go. The mascots are in position. Ethan Bamber did comment to me. I think we need some mascots in the Middlesex commentary box.
don't go there.
I mean, I'll admit they're not aging as well as yourself and Paul, but they are the commentary mascots nonetheless.
They're Paul's mascots. I will be polite.
You're playing no part. No part.
I'm prepared to be polite to them, but nothing more. I'm not going to enter into
A bit like the in-laws then.
Yes, that's right. polite, but not entering into a relationship.
Now, here is Aaron Nijar from the River End. He bowls to John Simpson, who pushes back and there's no run. Nijar's 1-4. Oh, hold on a minute, look, we've got another one. David Jackman. Oh no, it's falling apart. He's got a mascot too, he's dropped his bat. Here's Nijar, he's in bowl. Simpson looks to sweep it, thumps on the pads, must have pitched outside the line of leg or be close to it. Anyway, look, there we go. That's the cricket bat of David Jackman's
Oh, right.
cricket mascot. That
Oh,
he's
his
brought with him.
mascot. I thought
There
you
you go,
meant
he's
to
got a
play.
mascot. And it's broken his bat. He's dropped his bat and it's broken. Not the cricket folks. Our scorer's cricketing mascot. There you go. Surrounded by bears. Nijar's in, bowls slammed by Simpson into the onside, but all along the floor to deep mid-wicket, and there's no run. We are in the realms of a T20 finish here, really now, aren't we?
We are.
And this is the marvel of modern cricket, that Championship cricket and one-day cricket more often than not comes to a finale like this now, doesn't it?
It
Given
does.
the advance of T20 cricket and what batters are now capable of.
Yeah.
More often than not, we get a denouement like this. As here's Nijar stepping in. He's still around the wicket as he bowls, and this one's cut away by Anderson, and he's on to 4 from 12. So, Middlesex do have time on their hands, don't they? If they bat out their overs, then they should win. There's 7.2 overs to
Yes.
go. 4.6 the required rate. Essex had that difficult situation of do they bring the field up, or do they let Middlesex push 4 to 5 singles and over as Simpson pushes a single down to long on. So 5 balls gone to the over, 3 off it, and that's the hope really, isn't it, that in pushing the singles they miss the odd one and all of a sudden you get to the end of the over, you've only scored 3 off it and you think, oh, we're behind the rate of 4.6, should we go a little bit harder at it? It's Anderson on strike. He helps Middlesex, an incredible chase at Taunton last year, as gives himself room to Nijar and pushes a dot ball back to the bowler. No run, just 3 off the over, excellent over. He's going at an economy of 6.8, 1 for 61 from 9 for Aaron Nijar now, 266 for 7 Middlesex. 33 to win, 7 overs, 6 indeed, 6 overs to go now. No, I'm right, 7 overs.
Yep, 7 overs to get 33 at 4.7. So the required rate has gone up a little, but it's still not, it's still.
Well, the thing is, Essex are closest to victory. They're within 3 deliveries of victory now, aren't they? So,
yeah. Yeah.
Game on at Chelmsford.
It certainly is. And Porter, this will be his 7th over.
Warm welcome to you wherever you're tuned in around the world for this one, be it the live streams of the club's websites or the BBC Sport website or app with commentary from BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio London. Paul Newton, myself, Kevin Hand and Dick Davies.
Porter round the wicket, moves in, bowls, and that's pulled through the mid-wicket region for 4 runs. That releases a bit of tension in the Middlesex camp. The players in front of us have gone a little bit quiet, understandably, in the last 20 minutes or so.
Nervy. I've done it again. It's blame Jack Davies, Dick Davis.
Yeah. Oh,
it will. If it's any comfort, you were Davies and he was Davis. I just couldn't get it the right way round.
We both spell it the same way.
Well, indeed.
As Porter moves in, bowls. Oh, and that's 4 more. Hit back past the bowler. And so in just 2 deliveries, Simpson has, well, I wouldn't say finally put this game to bed, but certainly, certainly making the nightcap anyway.
So that leads to the conversation. Who's correct in their pronunciation of Davis or Davies, yourself or Jack?
Well, it's let's just play defensively.
I mean, it's not quite a Benkenstein moment, but
No, it's not.
but it could be. We're going to try and make it one.
I'm sure, strictly speaking, it should be Davies, but I always pronounce it Davis. And
So you get Benkenstein right, but your own name wrong.
oh, that's right. Yeah. Well, that's just typical of me. As Porter moves in and bowls, and played out into the covers, or rather to mid-on area, and a shy at the stumps from Pepper at the bowler's end, doesn't hit them, and batsman was probably home and try anyway. So,
how are the other results gone? So I haven't even looked at them yet.
No, neither have I.
Hampshire beat Notts by 91 runs. Surrey were defeated by Kent by 87 runs. Middlesex were at Beckenham on Sunday. It was a washout against Surrey at Radlitz. Durham won by 27 runs against Derbyshire, and Sussex beat Somerset by 4 wickets.
Porter to Anderson, and more runs here, or maybe just run in the singular, as it's out to that man Beard, who I can't speak of highly enough as regards his fielding. He's always on the ball, and his throw is very impressive.
The Lancashire game looks as though it's done and dusted as well, so it's all eyes on us, Dick.
Yep. Yes, it was the only one that started late, wasn't it?
No, Essex and Lancashire still going as well, but
Oh,
the
are
game.
they? Oh, I beg your pardon. Porter moves in now, bowls. That's just played back to the bowler.
The game
End of
itself is as good as done.
End of the over. Only 23 required to win off 6 overs with 3 wickets in hand. So yes, Middlesex very much in the better position, but who knows?
Who knows indeed? We'll find out in the next few overs here. 23 to win, isn't it?
Yes.
3 wickets standing. You just know 1 wicket. I mean, these two, with Bamber and Ishan Kaushal to come, I mean, these are two quality batters that Middlesex have, you know, genuine all-rounder in Martin Anderson. Simpson, a top-order batter. Here's Nijar's last over. He bowls to Anderson, who felt wasn't quite to the pitch of that one as he pushed it back. I thought he was going to push it. Well, it felt like anything could have happened there. It felt like that could have gone through the gate. It could have gone straight back to the bowler in the air. But he managed to play it late and push it back. Nijar again. The ground's fallen silent. They know that this is a big over, don't they?
Yes.
Anderson bumps back to him again. Another couple of dot balls to start the over. Anderson is 5 from 16 now. And Nijar is around the wicket to him again. Focus and the concentration here from the crowd, let alone the players. Here's Anderson cutting. Picks up a single out to deep cover. 277 for 7. It's not often you say Chelmsford full silent on a Friday night.
No, quite.
But a one-day cup crowd are on the edge of their seats. And that's said with no disdain at all for the T20 Friday night crowd here at Chelmsford, which has improved. Nijar's around the wicket, he bowls, and Simpson's down the track and he bumps it straight to extra cover. Third dot ball in 4 to start the over, just one run off it. 22 to win from 5.2. 277 for 7 Middlesex. Simpson 27 from 27. Well, if he keeps on at that rate, then Middlesex have got this. Just got to find the singles. Nijar in, bowls, and Simpson, rocks back and edges past the keeper for 4. Got an extra bit of bounce, that one. High up the outside edge of Simpson's bat, it runs away fine for 4. Nothing really a keeper can do about that. 2-8-1 for 7. It's below 20. 18 to win for Middlesex. 5.1 overs to bowl.
Yes, I'm just wondering, I mean, Porter's last over was quite expensive. I'm just wondering if Wesley might be tempted to bring himself back on. Could do. He's still got 4 overs to go.
Nijar's going to come left arm over the wicket now to Simpson for his last ball. He bowls, drags it a little short. Simpson on the back foot punches down to long on. And a single's taken, so 6 off the over. Middlesex are 282 for 7. They need 17 to win from 5 overs. But the perilous part is they have 3 wickets standing, and were either of these to fall with Bamber and Coucher to come, well, you know, you are down to 10 and 11 then, and all of a sudden Essex can win the game in 2 deliveries. So that's why these two have to take it as close as they come.
Yes, and an indication as to how many bowlers have bowled spin for both sides is that the cut-off time is 9:15 and it's now 8:24 and they've got 5 overs to bowl. So, you know, it's going to finish, you know, far ahead of scheduled time, which is excellent.
I was going to say, wipe that smile off your face, Dick. Well, the amount of overtime.
Well, you've got a longer journey than I have.
Well, indeed.
I've only got 20 miles to go.
Mind you, it's probably only about 40 miles to home for me, but it's the getting through London's the problem, isn't it?
Yes, just a bit. Still, it's past rush hour.
Is it ever in London?
No, I suppose. Well, you would know better than I. Probably not. So, what did I say? Well, I didn't say he would come on, but I said Wesley might consider bringing himself on, as Porter did get a bit of stick in the last over, and that well, certainly Simpson didn't play that with total authority, or got a little bit tucked up. It was all right in the end. He just pushed it out to Bo Webster in the short, close off field, but yeah. Essex skipper in again, round the wicket, bowls. Again, it's pushed out with a little bit more authority and control, that's the word I'm looking for, to Webster. Wesley in again, bowls, but a slightly quicker one. Just a single now, as Simpson rocked onto the back foot and played it out to long off in the dim distance, down towards the Hayes Close end, in front of still a very well populated crowd or terrace. And that's, again, it's Webster in the action at mid-wicket now to the right-handed batsman, Anderson. Wesley to Anderson. Anderson comes down the wicket, and picks up a single down to long off this time.
The dot balls must be building pressure out there, even though it's only 15 to win.
Yes.
A required rate of just 3.6. They don't need boundaries in any
no.
of the overs to win it, but nonetheless, the dot balls must be building pressure. There's 3 in this over and 1 ball's come of it.
And there's always... That's swept away for 4. I was going to say, there's always, even if you know you only need to keep pushing singles, there's always a temptation to sort of take a shortcut, isn't there, and try and go, if not for glory, but, you know, just get it over and done with quickly, and sometimes it doesn't pay off. But a 4 to finish off the over was very useful from Middlesex's point of view, and it boosts the score to 284 for 7. 288 for 7, thank you, with 11 needed.
Yes, 11 from
4.
4 overs, 24 deliveries. And here's Webster, 1 for 42. He's right arm over the big man, he bowls, and Anderson advances and then works him to long leg for a single. 289 for 7. Anderson 8 from 20. And well, it's a gorgeous scene here tonight. There's a deep dark blue above us, fading to a lighter blue, and then an orange on the horizon.
Yes.
And the scene down below is just as gripping. Simpson on to strike. Essex no 1 wicket, and there will be a heap of pressure as Webster bowls. A lot of flight into the block hole. It's dug out by Simpson. Back it goes. Dick's got his camera out next to me, and no surprise, it is a glorious scene.
Yes, you just pointed out how scenically appealing it is.
Webster off spinning around the wicket, bowls a little bit short. Oh, it's hit back at him, Trots. Oh, it's slammed back at him by Simpson, flat batted, almost baseball straight back at Webster. The Tasmanian puts it down.
That could be the moment when Essex lost this game.
Quite. Here goes Webster again. He bowls. Simpson on the back foot, works a single out to deep mid wicket. 2 off the over, 2 to come of it. 290 for 9. So Middlesex need 9 to win. 3.2 overs. Simpson comes down to have a chat with Anderson, and well, the chat will surely just be steady as you go.
Yep.
Webster bowling pace, right arm over from the river end. He bowls and Anderson drives him to extra cover, no run. I mean, this is brilliant by Webster, isn't it? Switching from off spin to the left hander and
yes.
seam to the right hander.
I don't know that I've ever seen that before, not so sort of obviously an obvious policy. Yeah, seam to the right handers and spin to the left handers.
Webster, last ball of his 9th over to Anderson. He bowls and bowls him! Nips back in. Was there a little inside edge? Anderson's gone for 8. 290 for 8. We just all knew it was coming. It wasn't going to happen easily. It wasn't going to be simple here for Middlesex. 9 to win, 3 overs, 2 wickets standing. Simpson's on 38. It all hangs surely on the Middlesex keeper. It hinges on Simpson now as Bamber comes out to join him. He'll play sensibly. Just looking at the replay now, just nipped back in. That's sad. It's a grainy screen up above us we're looking at. Was it seam movement? Did he roll his fingers on it? Either way, Anderson bowled Webster for 8 from 22 deliveries. Steady as you go had to be the order of the day. It surely will be for Bamber as well. This was the whole point. If they could get one, then they'd know. 2 wickets standing. You get number 10 on strike. You pick him up, and all of a sudden you can win the game in 2 deliveries. No matter how close Middlesex go to their target. So 290 for 8. Simpson will have strike, and it will be Wesley to bowl. That was the end of Webster's over. 2 for 44 from 9, and to think as well, Dick, he dropped John Simpson in that over as well.
Yeah, quite.
That probably would have been. I mean, it still may be that he dropped the match there because that probably was the wicket.
I
The way
think
that
so.
Simpson scoring and
I
Anderson.
think he probably did.
Anderson was playing the support act quite rightly to Simpson.
So Wesley to Simpson. Simpson sweeps that round the corner for a single, which Essex probably won't mind too
Well,
much.
I was going to say, as bizarre as it sounds, was there a thought in Simpson's mind, I'm going to farm the strike here, but then no, because you basically got to win it with boundaries, and with boundaries becomes a greater risk.
Yeah.
He doesn't need boundaries to win this. He needs 8 runs off 17 deliveries.
Now, this, I would have thought this calls for some field placing changes in, well, yeah, they're fairly minimal.
What have we got? 6 in the circle.
Yeah, that's just played out. Oh, picks up a single,
Well, let's listen how
More or
many
less.
Middlesex fans are in for that, for the applause for that one.
more or less square on the offside. That's
It'd be frustrating because they brought 6 up there and he still managed to find the single, the number
Yeah.
10. But well batted, he's a good batter, Bamba.
so 7 to win. Wesley to Simpson, and Simpson goes to the back foot. Oh, it's all happening out there. I hasten to add, no wicket fell there, but no run was scored either.
It ricocheted between bat
did.
and pad and then fortunately fell safely for him.
Yeah, for all he knew, it could have gone anywhere.
But indeed.
Wesley in again, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Simpson, who's bowled him. Oh, well. So Tom Wesley bowls the danger man. Well, having said that, of course, Kevin's pointed out that Bamba is no mug, and so Simpson is out as well. And one of the numerous astonishing things about this game, I mean this version of the game, is that is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th batsman to be bowled. And we'd said at the beginning of the afternoon that generally speaking, batsmen are out caught in the shorter versions of the game.
Well, it's
So-
even. How many have fallen to spin now today as well? The first 6 of the Essex innings went to spin.
Yes.
We worked out with Paul, and now to spin in the Middlesex innings.
Well, Webster, Beard and Beard again. Yeah. Webster bowled Higgins.
Harmer got only 1 today, didn't he?
Yeah. So,
Ishan Kaushal on his Middlesex debut comes out to face 7 required,
2 balls of the over remain.
for which he's just got to try and survive and let Bamba do it at the other end. 7 to win, and Bamba will have to take a chance. It's surely got to be an order to block here for Kaushal for 2 deliveries. Just block, and
Yes.
then Bamba will have to try and win it in the next over by himself. Surely that's got to be the way now for Middlesex. What an end this is.
Now you can probably hear the noise at the crowd.
Now they sound like a T20 Friday night
Yes,
in
they
Chelmsford.
do. They sound it, but they're less intimidating as Wesley moves in and bowls. Oh,
Has he dropped him? Was that edged through? I think he's edged that through to the keeper and it's put down. It is. Look at the hands on the heads.
and yet the stumps are
He
askew.
then broke the stumps. Having dropped it, he broke the stumps and appealed, which was a desperate appeal to the square leg. But Kaushal's dropped. First ball. Well, what a first ball that is for your first-class career. Slips going into place. They know this could well be the match because Bamba will go for it in the next over, won't he? Surely.
Yes.
Oh, no, he's not going to slip. He's going to backward point. My
Yeah.
apologies.
So Wesley moves in, bowls, and Kaushal just pushes that forward. No addition to the score. So it's all happening here.
2-9-2 for 9, 7 to win. Bamba to have strike. He's got 1 from 1 delivery. Kaushal 0 from 2. Dropped first ball. Well, have they dropped the match, Essex here? 2 put downs in as many overs.
3, well, yes.
It was Webster last over put down Simpson.
Yep.
But he did pick up Anderson before the over was done. Simpson bowled in that over by Webster. Kaushal dropped first ball, which would have been the victory for Essex. 2-9-2 for 9, 7 to win. One day cup cricket, list A cricket at its very best.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Going right to the wire. An entire day comes down to this. Magnificent. Here's Webster to Bamber, who has to be the hero surely for Middlesex now. He bowls and he runs. This one's a backward point, no run. Interestingly, Bamber was going to take the single there.
He was, wasn't
And
he?
you've got to think, surely Bamber. He's on the back of a first-class best, the 46 not out against Surrey. Surely Bamber tries to take it on himself here, rather than push the single and give it to Cowshall. Webster turning. This is his final over, his 10th, 2 for 44. He's in, bowls. Bamber comes down the track, swings and misses. Through to the keeper it goes. Everybody looked, well, from our angle anyway, to see if there was a bail popping up in the background. Let's look at the field. Deep third, deep cover, deep square and long leg. Long on's back as well, so Bamber was eyeing up the covers there. See if he could get it away. Standing directly in the scorer's way. Apologies, David Jackman, but I can't sit down now. Here's Webster, right arm over, he bowls into the block hole. It's bumped back past him. They'll get a couple here surely. They turn for the second. Cowshall comes back. Throw comes into the non-striker's end, and they're home for 2. 5 to win. One boundary now, and the scores are level. 2-9-4 for 9. 3 balls left to the over. Bamber 3 from 4. Field remains the same. It's an incredible scene here. Gorgeous setting. And a crowd on the edge of their seats as this one comes back into Bamber. He plays it late from within his crease. Almost nonchalantly taps it back into the onside. His batting is undoubtedly, well, I say undoubtedly improved. He's grown as a batter with experience in the last couple of years. He's 46 against Surrey. He was stranded, not out in that game. He really deserved his maiden 50. But I tell you what, 5 more runs here from Bamber will be worth many a 50. And as Webster moves in, past the umpire, he bowls down the track, comes Bamber, he edges, it goes fine, a deep third, who dives and flicks it back in. They'll take 2. Bamber's late on the second, the stumps are taken out of the ground and Bamber's run out. Essex win. 295 all out. Bamber came back for the second, a dive wasn't enough. He's short of his ground, and look at the scenes out in the middle from Essex. They've turned this one around, and Middlesex in the box seat for so long with a bat in this game are dismissed for 294, a run out at the end. Well, it was so close to being a boundary. What a piece of fielding down at deep third. Flicks it back in, gets the throw, back to the feet, gets the throw into the wicket-keeper's end. Well, the stumps are absolutely destroyed, and you can't blame the keeper for one moment. 294 all out. Bamber run out for 3. They shake hands out in the middle, but that was extraordinary. The margin there between the scores going level, with 4 down to a fine deep third, an outstanding piece of fielding. And it was Das down there as well. Das is good. Certainly for Essex right at the end. 294 all out Middlesex, and Essex win by the tightest of margins in a wonderful list A game here at Chelmsford.
Well, yeah, you've said it all. I mean, yeah, to win that by 3 runs, when at one stage, Middlesex were coasting. They were 175 for 1. They were 201 for 2, and then bang, 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 the wickets fell, and well, I don't recall seeing a better 50 over game. It was
well, there you go. You said it, Dick. For whatever slants there are of the One Day Cup at the moment, it is hard to recall right now a better one-day game than that. Absolutely outstanding. 600 runs, 19 wickets, and the finest of margins of victory for the host Essex. That's a very good point you make there, Dick.
And a brilliant bit of fielding. You reckon that was Robin Das out there?
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, he did well to stop it. I thought it was
well,
going
it looked
for
as
4.
exactly, that looked like scores level, didn't it? But an outstretched, well, it was a fingertip stop. To,
Yeah.
you know, and the ball was travelling because it was a fine edge as well. It wasn't a thick edge at all. And a fine edge going at pace. He really did incredibly well.
So I'll just quickly run through it, how many the Middlesex each batsman got. I won't go through the full details, but Stoneman 93, Cracknell 48, Robson 26, Davies 32, Simpson 39, Higgins 25, De Carey's 5, Luke Holman no score, Anderson 8, and Bamber run out at the very end for 3 and leaving Kenshall not out, no score. Well, what a game. We've said it all, really. I don't think there's much more to say. So Middlesex go to Beckenham on Sunday to take on Kent. Essex go down to, will stay here and welcome Yorkshire. And, well, yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the commentary and I hope you've enjoyed the game.
Last 6 wickets for 48. I was just inquiring that quickly of our scorer. Sorry, Dick, to leave you for a moment.
Yeah.
Last 6 wickets for 48, and that's the story of it, really, isn't it? But again, they were what? They were. I mean, how many were they before they lost the second wicket? They were how many?
They were 175 for
there we go.
2 for 1 at one stage. 175 for 1.
Yep.
And then 201 for 2, and then bang,
8
bang,
for.
bang.
Well, there it is. 8 for 91. That's the collapse. That's where they've lost it. 8 for 91.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a brilliant game of cricket.
It was
absolutely brilliant.
It was.
And for whatever slants, as I say, that there are, it just goes to show the strength of the county system. But a very strong Middlesex side.
Yeah.
You know, barring only Eskenazi, Holden, and Helm. Otherwise, that selection. Middlesex are only 3 players off their, their free choice of whoever they want to choose for this at the moment. And Essex depleted by 7, was it?
Well, certainly 5 at the 100 and a couple injured. So yes, no, I can't speak highly enough
Middlesex
about.
have Cullen injured as well, but
yeah.
Well,
yes.
I mean, the point being that the quality of this game was outstanding right down to the last. For Essex to turn that around. As we said, the chase could always play a part under the Friday night lights at Chelmsford, and certainly they did. The pressure got to Middlesex at the end there.
Yeah. So, well, that's it. Thank you very much for listening. We hope you've enjoyed it, and thank you very much to all the numerous emailers as well. As I say, on Sunday, Essex welcome Yorkshire here, and Middlesex go to Beckenham.
To Beckenham to face Kent. And thank you, Dick. Good to work with you again.
And you again. It's been far too long, Kevin. Far too long. Thank you also to Paul Newton for his inimitable company, and
Thank you, Steve.
And I think it's Victoria and David Brett, I think, on Sunday. They will be taking us through. I very much doubt if it'll be as close a game as this. It might be, but that would be hoping for too much. But we've had a tremendous afternoon and evening, and there's still quite a bit of it left. It's only 9:15, so thank you very much for listening. And as it is only 9:15, enjoy the rest of your evening, and thanks again for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Ambassador Cruise Line.
Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself with friends old and new. Explore with us. There's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. Games, dance,